Good morning, Vice Chair Barrasso.
Good morning, Chair George. It's good to see you.
Very good to see you, my friend.
Realizing I've got a new camera on this and it is very bright all around me.
Yeah, you are well illuminated.
I am. I mean, I am in a white room, but this is brighter than it is. So we'll see if I can adjust it.
And good morning, Environmental Quality Commission members. This is Stephanie Caldera, your EQC assistant. As noted, our forestry hosts have started their live stream. So just a note, as this format is slightly different than the normal EQC format, a note for our commissioners and staff presenting, when your camera is on your system, it will be recorded on the displayed YouTube system. So just a note, as that is slightly different than our EQC protocol. And I know our partners there at Forestry and our directors, state forester and chairs will start off with some conventions when you all convene your meeting shortly. So thank you again. And commissioners, EQC commissioners, please don't hesitate to contact me if there's anything you need throughout the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I would like to welcome everybody to this public meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry. This will be a joint session between the Board of Forestry and the Environmental Quality Commission. I'm Tom Imeson, Chair of the Board of Forestry. I want to thank the commissioners, Department of Environmental Quality Director Richard Whitman and DEQ staff for their collaboration in making this event happen. As part of our board's process, I will walk through some good housekeeping tips to inform online participants and the public who are joining us in our virtual meeting room before we kick off the joint session. Today, we are streaming this meeting live on YouTube. To ensure our viewers online can follow along with today's session, remember to identify yourself for the record, and I will announce each item as we move through the agenda. Everyone participating or presenting, please silence cell phones and limit background noises. Remember to use the mute feature when you are not speaking. If your video is enabled, Feel free to disable if you need to step away or when you're not presenting, and you can use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF support team in Salem during the meeting. Breaks can be taken intermittently throughout the day, and I will work with the Salem support team on communicating these to our meeting participants as needed. For those joining us online, I'll remind everyone of our general order of operations. After an item is introduced, I will invite the presenters to begin. For Chair George and your fellow commissioners, our board members use the raise hand function during the presentation if they have any clarifying questions to ask. If this sounds like a reasonable approach, we can use this practice, or if you have another method, we're open to that as well. But I wanted to check with you and see how you wanted to proceed with respect to those questions.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Imison. It's wonderful to see you and the Board of Forestry. I think especially considering how many people we have on this call, I think using the raise hand function is a very good idea, and it will be much easier to make sure that we are seeing those who have a question or comment.
Great. Thank you. So with that decided on, Chair George and I are here to help facilitate these questions, and we will do our best to call on board members and commissioners as you raise your hands. Presenters, thank you for being here, and we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open up the floor for a minute here, commissioner discussion and additional questions. For the afternoon portion of the day, for EQC commissioners, you are welcome to join us, but by no means do you have to stay. We'll be having a regular Board of Forestry meeting at the conclusion of this meeting. I do ask all board members to return after lunch for roll call and continue the day with board items 4 through 8. As we have done before for Forestry board members, unmute yourselves and we will use a roundtable approach for roll call and any voting. Additionally, members of the public, we ask that if you would like to submit written testimony for today's information items, please send in your comments by March 24th, as this will help in the preparation of our board's meeting minutes and ensure your comments are entered into the record. So any questions about these logistics from anybody? If none, then I'll perform a roll call for the Board of Forestry to confirm that a quorum can be met for today's items. And after we—
Chair Imison,
yes.
With your forgiveness, I'll just check in. You and I didn't have the opportunity in advance to discuss how we will handle the joint sharing of our meeting here today. Would it suit you for each of us to kind of lead the discussion on each of our agenda items today, or do you have a preference for how we handle that today?
I think that would be just fine and appropriate. Thank you.
Very good. Why don't you continue with smoke management, and then after we're done, we can shift from there. Does that work for you?
Okay, yeah, first and I think we have some opening comments, including from you, but yes, that
Absolutely.
would be just fine.
Perfect.
So I'll perform a roll call for our board to confirm quorum, and then I assume you would like to do the same, and then we'll get into opening statements if that works out.
That works well.
Okay, so we have a small number of board members as of this date. Joe Justice.
Here.
Jim Kelly.
Here.
Brendan McComb.
Here.
And Tom Imison, I'm here, so we have a quorum. And we'll turn to you for establishing yours.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Brasso.
I'm present.
Commissioner Kyle.
Here.
Commissioner Mosby.
Here.
And I, Kathleen Fian, am here. We are all present. Thank you.
Great. So we have a quorum all the way around, and I think next we'll proceed with our agenda item 1, and which State Forester Doherty will begin.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, Chair Imison and Chair George, and members of the Board of Forestry and the Environmental Quality Commission. A unique statutory relationship links our agencies and board and commission. We share multiple responsibilities related to water and air quality. Back in 2013, the board, commission, and agency leadership expressed a desire to strengthen their relationship. At the March 2013 meetings, the board and commission established reciprocal liaison positions with the primary goal of better developing understanding between the two agencies and boards and commissions and developing potential areas of collaboration and cooperation. The liaison responsibilities include attending Board of Forestry EQC meetings when potential topics of overlapping interest and authorities are on meeting agendas, meeting on a periodic basis with the DEQ director and state forester to review potential areas of collaboration and cooperation, providing written and oral updates to the commissioners and board members on topics that have potential impacts on the two agencies and their commission and board, provide materials or oral communication to the DEQ director and state forester prior to their commission board meetings for review, and seeking opportunities for the commission and the board to develop compatible goals and policy. Since the establishment of the liaison relationship, the board and commissions have held joint sessions to discuss water and air quality topics, starting with the board's riparian rule and more recently with the update of the smoke management rules and the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review. Both smoke management rule implementation and the water quality responsibilities will be discussed today. Our agencies also collaborate on the Pesticide Stewardship Partnership Program. This program is unique to Oregon and is a cooperative voluntary process between various agencies of the state, local, and tribal agencies, as well as private stakeholder groups. The program is designed to identify and address potential concerns relating to pesticide use and the potential effects on surface and groundwater. The Pesticide Stewardship Partnership is coordinated by an interagency water quality pesticide management team made up of multiple state agencies, including the Department of Environmental Quality, Forestry, Agriculture, Health Authority, and Watershed Enhancement Board. The recently published 2017-2019 biennial report highlights the success of the program with a drop in pesticides in the majority of watersheds sampled across Oregon. During this period, the program conducted water sampling activities in 10 watersheds throughout the state, from Middle Rogue in Jackson County to Walla Walla in Umatilla County, and extensively in the Willamette Valley and Columbia River Gorge. The program collected over 1,000 surface water samples that were analyzed for 134 different pesticide compounds. Of the monitored sites in the program, 70% showed a measurable improvement, meaning pesticides were detected less frequently and in lower concentrations than in the prior 2 years. Approximately 14% remained unchanged, and another 17% showed increase in the frequency of detections or in concentrations of pesticide compounds. It's just again a nice example of the collaboration between the agencies. And with that, I'll turn it over to Richard Whitman.
Thank you, State Forester Doherty. For the record, Richard Whitman, the Director of the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. Let me check and make sure that everybody can hear me okay. All right, great. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this joint meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry and the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission. We're talking about a couple of very important joint efforts between the two agencies this morning. First of all, our cooperative work in reducing wildfire smoke impacts to communities across Oregon. This past year, we saw wildfires of historic proportions throughout Oregon, and one of the worst disasters in Oregon's history. Many people in the state of Oregon suffered significant health impacts from wildfire smoke over a long period of time. And given current projections on where we're headed in terms of our climate and our forest conditions, I hate to say it, but that problem is likely to only get worse in Oregon. So the joint program between the Oregon Department of Forestry, Oregon DEQ, and we have other partners, including the Oregon Health Authority and local governments throughout the state and the federal agencies, on ways to manage vegetation in our forests so that we avoid the very worst of health impacts to our communities across the state, is really important work. So we're going to hear an update on that this morning, on Oregon's smoke management plan and where we are on efforts to implement that. And the two agencies have been, I think, working well together and with communities in planning for wildfire smoke also, and how to avoid some of the worst health impacts. In terms of water quality, you'll hear some important advice from the Oregon Department of Justice this morning regarding our respective roles and responsibilities for clean water on non-federal forest lands in Oregon. This is legal work that both agencies requested. Both the Department of Forestry and Oregon DEQ requested of the Oregon Department of Justice, and we've specifically asked that this advice be public advice that's available for everybody to see, to help in the understanding of roles and responsibilities, again, in an important area of shared work. We have a lot of water quality work going on in Oregon, including on forest lands, but also agricultural lands, and also working with our communities in industries that discharge to our waterways throughout the state. In many areas of the state, water quality is getting better, but there are important exceptions to that, particularly with regard to temperature, where again, we're seeing the challenge of a changing climate. And with regard to some other pollutants also, we have areas of the state where things are getting worse, not better. And they're figuring out how to identify the causes of that and work directly to react to those causes and deliver what Oregonians expect and what our responsibility is, which is to have clean water that supports fish, that supports people, and supports all the uses that we make of our waterways. This is a core value of Oregonians, is clean water and a clean environment. And so how we work together to achieve that outcome is a really important subject, one that the board and commission have been working on closely through regular meetings that Peter, State Forester Doherty, described coming out of that 2013 meeting, and that we've continued to do, particularly over the last several years. And I want to particularly thank EQC Commissioner Wade Mosby, who is our liaison to the Board of Forestry, for his leadership in those conversations. And then also Jennifer Weigel on my staff, currently serving as the interim deputy director for DEQ, but in her regular job as deputy administrator for our water quality division. And then Kyle Abraham, also the head of the private forest division at the Department of Forestry, for their work on this. So with that, look forward to the presentations this morning, and thank you all for being here.
Speaker.
Commissioner George, do you have some opening comments? I have some. I'm happy to have you go first if you'd like to.
Thank you. Thank you. I will do that. So my name is Kathleen George, Chair of the Environmental Quality Commission. And I appreciate the opportunity just to welcome everyone here today, commissioners, staff, and citizens of Oregon. We appreciate you taking time out of your busy day to join us on some important discussions about the work going on between these two state agencies. I often begin our meetings by taking a minute to reflect on the mission of the Department of Environmental Quality. And at the risk of being redundant, I'm going to do that again today, but also start with the mission of the Oregon Board of Forestry. And it is to serve the people of Oregon by protecting, managing, and promoting stewardship of Oregon's forests to enhance environmental, economic, and community sustainability. While the Department of Environmental Quality's mission is to be a leader in restoring, maintaining, and enhancing the quality of Oregon's air, land, and water. And I do that this morning to show just right from the most foundational missions of these two organizations. We can see the overlap right there. The call to be good stewards of our natural resources and to protect and enhance the quality of our air, land, and water. We also have areas of our work that diverge, and that's okay, and that's as it should be, but it doesn't take away from our foundational mission to work together to protect these resources. And so we're going to talk today primarily about two very important areas where that work comes together that have already been discussed by Peter and Richard. And I just want to undertake our conversation today to kind of lift up and share some of the important work that's been going on recently to align the work of these departments, I think, for the betterment of our resources and all Oregonians. And so I think we undertake this meeting today with some firm determination to share the work that's been done, to move this work forward, to continue to work together to align processes and work efforts. We know that the kind of work that's going on in smoke management and water quality collaboration, there are very high levels of investment, both for the Oregon Department of Forestry and for DEQ, in terms of staff time and hard work and resources and modeling and the support of other departments. And so when we're making such high investment in resources and time, we want to make sure that we're doing that as efficiently as possible. We want to make sure that we're aligning our analyses to the greatest degree that we can. We want to make sure that we're removing barriers to efficient collaboration. And so I think that you'll hear that the work that's going on is pursuing all of those goals. And I want to just tell everyone involved that we remain firmly committed to doing what we can to removing barriers to progress and aligning work. You know, those of us who sit on these citizen-led boards and commissions, we do so to try to represent the many diverse interests of Oregonians, and to try to help to promote solutions. And so I think that's why we're all here today. So I really look forward to the conversation. Thanks very much.
I guess it helps to turn my mic on. I'm so used to doing these from home where this isn't an issue. And so, but I decided Jim Kelly and I are both here at the Department of Forestry for today's meeting. For me, and I have good reason to believe that this is probably my last meeting as chair of the Board of Forestry, with action taken yesterday by the Senate Rules Committee to move forward 3 new board members toward taking their positions here on our board. But the relationship between the board, our board, and the Environmental Quality Commission, and the collaboration that has existed among these 2 agencies, as you alluded to, is really one of the hallmarks for me. We have had numerous occasions and really good help. We are now, Joe Justice is our liaison, working with Wade from EQC. Prior to that, Gary Springer from the Department of Forestry. And we have had difficult issues to deal with. During the riparian rules process, the board and commission chairs, their liaisons, the agency's directors and staff met regularly with the governor's natural resources policy advisor, who happened to be at that time Richard Whitman. During those meetings, we would discuss the progress of the rule analysis, ask questions, provide direction to the staff of the agencies. And by the way, leading that effort within the board or the Department of Forestry during that period was our current state forester. Peter Doherty. Those meetings facilitated close cooperation on and understanding of the process, helping to lead to a successful completion and the passage of new riparian rules for small and medium salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams in Western Oregon. These rules were recently extended to the Siskiyou region by the board at the direction of the Oregon legislature through Senate Bill 1602, which established the private forest accord. We also held a joint meeting on the Oregon coast at Newport that included a tour on water quality topics across land uses. We visited Nye Beach and discussed stormwater discharge and the challenges of aging infrastructure. We visited an agriculture site and discussed agricultural waste water quality plans. We concluded that tour with visits to several sites on industrial forest lands where we discussed riparian protections and forest roads best management practices. More recently, the board and commission collaborated on the smoke management rule revisions, which we'll hear about shortly. In 2016 and 17, we held joint sessions to discuss water quality and smoke management topics. And in November 2016, we met in Ashland and toured the Ashland Forest Resiliency Stewardship Project, designed to reduce the risk of severe wildfire in the watershed and to protect water quality, older forests, wildlife, people, property, and quality of life. One of the 4 topics was the use of prescribed fire for after mechanical treatments to reduce the risk of wildfire. The following year, we met in Eugene. And this time that tour focused on forest industry use of broadcast and pile burning to manage logging residuals, prepare sites for planting, and reduce fuel loads. On that tour, we also discussed the use of plastic tarps as a smoke mitigation technique, a subject of the smoke management rule revisions. These tours had a way of connecting board and commission members and understanding the practical application of our policy decisions. Unfortunately, we have not been able to hold in-person meetings or tours because of the pandemic. But as the situation improves, I strongly recommend to those continuing on our board and to the Environmental Quality Commission that we reestablish the use of joint tours to discuss current water and air quality topics. And I know at previous meetings, our board has really urged more time on the ground as we're able to do that. So we're glad we're here with you today. We appreciate everybody taking the time for this effort. And if we're set, we could move to our agenda item 2, the smoke management rule implementation, which will include Doug Graff and Michael Orman as the main presenters. If we have them teed up and ready to go.
Okay, good morning all. Chair George, Chair Imeson, members of the EQC, members of the Board of Forestry, Director Whitman and State Forest Authority. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for the Department of Forestry. It's always an honor for me to announce this topic because I truly believe this exemplifies what interagency partnerships should look like in our effort and collaboration towards managing the smoke management program. As previously stated, today we'll offer an update and status of the program's efforts. Next slide, please. Following me, we have a group from Department of Forestry, Oregon Health, and Department of Environmental Quality to speak on the details of the smoke management program. And before I hand it off to my colleague, Michael Orman from DEQ to set the stage for the presentation, I do have one announcement to share to the group. I'd like to highlight and thank Nick Yonker for his service to the state. Nick is the program manager and has administered the smoke management program for the past 31 years of service with the Department of Forestry. And he has now reached that time where he's taken on new endeavors in his retirement. This April 2021. And for context, to add some context to his service, the smoke management program was established in 1972, and Nick started with the department in 1990, where he served as a meteorologist and then transitioned into the manager of the program for the past 11 years. So in context of the 51 years of the program's service to the state of Oregon, Nick Yonker has been a part of this for 31 years, providing the leadership and steady hand to get us to where we're at today. So congratulations, Nick. You had your first program review of the smoke management in 1991, and you had many more following that. The latest, of course, was which this group, the EQC and the Board of Forestry, passed new and foundational rules in 2019 March. You also, Nick, saw the beginnings of contract service meteorological work provided by the department for the Willamette Valley Open Burn Program administered from DEQ, and then providing meteorological services to the Agriculture Department for agricultural burning since 2010. So a lot of changes has come away and the way through the program, and Nick has been there from the beginning in 1990. And he will enjoy some downtime with his family, his wife, and kids, 3 kids who are now up and out of the home. But congratulations and thank you so much for your service, Nick, and you will hear from Nick shortly. Now with that, I'll turn it to Michael Orman to set the stage for the remainder of the presentation.
Doug, Chair George, Chair Imison, members of the Board of Forestry and Environmental Quality Commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Orman. I'm the Air Quality Planning Section Manager for Oregon DEQ. I just want to start by also echoing Doug's comments for Nick. You know, we at the DEQ and ODF will be have a strong foundation to work from on smoke management because of the work that you've provided for the state, and we really appreciate your service and thank you for setting us up for a strong future on smoke management and the collaboration between DEQ and ODF. And the work that we'll be talking about today is, as Doug mentioned, a review of the implementation of a lot of the collaboration that we've talked about up to this point. We'll be talking about since the launch of the program in 2019, how the improvements to the program in 2019, how the 2 agencies have worked together to implement the rules and the collaboration that's led up to this point. We'll cover a little bit of the COVID complications and how that collaboration between the agencies had helped us navigate that new space and continue to find the balance that the program is designed to find in prescribed fire smoke and protecting public health. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass the mic on to the next presenter, which I believe should be Nick Yonker.
Thank you, Michael and Doug, for that warm send-off. I want to thank the board members and commissioners. For the record, I am Nick Yonker, Smoke Management Program Manager for the Department of Forestry. I will be covering the overview of the changes to our smoke management plan, the implementation so far, and answering one of the questions that was asked by the EQC back in 2009 when we had the plan approval. So starting off with the goals of the 2019 smoke management plan update. First bullet, create more opportunity for the use of prescribed fire. Essentially, it's increased use of prescribed fire burning can mitigate negative effects of wildfire, especially ecological damage as well as property damage. Second bullet, preserve public health and health protection and including vulnerable populations. Essentially, controlled burning is controlled. It is done when we deem the best possible conditions meteorologically, fuels wise, and timing during the day. And so that helps mitigate or reduce the amount of time that smoke stays in an area and the amount of smoke versus what wildfire does, where we have really no control. And finally, encourage timely and comprehensive communications. Essentially, this is the first time in our program history, in our review, that we've added to our rules a comprehensive part of our rule being communications. And that includes a statewide communication framework and community response plans. And I'll talk more about that on the next slide. So go ahead and move to the next slide. So these were the three key changes to the smoke management rules that were focused on in the 2017-2018 review. First of all, the intrusion threshold moved from being a no tolerance or basically no smoke into smoke sensor receptor areas to changing that to minimize emissions in accordance with the EPA National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So the ambient air quality standards, you probably well know, is 35 micrograms per cubic meter of PM 2.5 over a 24-hour period. Our intrusion threshold was to stay a little bit lower than that, 75% of the exceedance threshold that would make for an intrusion. And then we also added a 1 hour average of 70 micrograms per cubic meter, because we don't breathe on a 24-hour basis. We breathe on a minute by minute, hour by hour basis. So we felt like we needed to have something for the short term. However, that 70 microgram 1 hour average can be exempted by rule if a SSRA does produce a community response plan that is approved by the Department of Forestry and DEQ with advisement from Oregon Health Authority. Secondly, as I mentioned before, developing that statewide communication framework, which is mainly for managers, forestry managers. It includes 5 elements, and that is a purpose, and the purpose and importance of prescribed burning, the health risks of smoke from both wildfire and prescribed fire, how to reduce exposure from smoke, finding out about nearby planned units, and finally, up-to-date current information on smoke impacts. So that framework can not only be used by managers of the programs, but also we can send this information out to the public as well, statewide. In addition, developing community response plans puts that communication framework in a much more personal, local level to our smoke vulnerable SSRAs, or smoke sensitive receptor areas. The idea being is that the communication framework is part of those community response plans, but the idea is that the community will coordinate throughout all their leaders in the community and those people who are vulnerable to smoke, and develop a plan for how to notify and mitigate smoke for the vulnerable residents of that community, and do that throughout the burning season. And then finally, the last key change was to burn more efficiently by removing size and thickness restrictions of polyethylene or PE burn pile coverings. So it's obviously shown that when we burn dry fuel, that's much more efficient and produces less emissions. And so if you have something covering that fuel, especially during the fall and going in toward the winter, as we get wetter and wetter, that the greater the size up to a certain point, at least to cover a good portion of that pile, at least 60%, as well as greater thickness to prevent ripping and tearing with the storms that come in and produce the wind and can rip up that PE. So having that increased size and thickness helps keep the pile drier longer, and when it is burned, it will be burned more efficiently with less smoke emissions. Next slide, please. So I want to touch on Some statistics that have occurred since 2019, since the implementation of our plan, which started March 1st, 2019. The first year, we had over 200,000 acres of prescribed burning take place, which was 14% higher than the average of about 176,000. And that year we had 38 smoke incidents, which is lower than an intrusion. In other words, underneath that 26 micrograms or 70 micrograms on a 1 hour basis, and 6 intrusions. So we consider that a success because what we're trying to do is increase the amount of burning, but maintain or keep down the number of intrusions. So we feel like by having smoke incidences, very light amounts of smoke in communities, that we have not reached that threshold, which we only reached 6 times, and we had just light amount of smoke there. So we were managing and staying within the spirit of the EPA rule. And finally, the 10-year average at that time was 9. Now, 2020 presented obviously a new challenge with the COVID pandemic, and that changed things and reduced the amount of acres burned to less than 130,000 acres, of which during the springtime, we instituted throughout all the burning community, a voluntary restriction or restraint on burning because of COVID, since that is affected by smoke and smoke inhalation from those people who have it and those who could get it. So, and at that point, there was a voluntary restraint, and our federal partners decided to completely eliminate burning during the springtime. So they're the main burners during the springtime, and so essentially 90% of the burning would stop right away, and even prescribed private land burners were not doing very much as well. So that was the springtime. As we moved toward the fall, we recognized that we were going to have to do burning, and we developed a plan with DEQ and Oregon Health Authority to develop a plan with the continuing statistics that from the governor's office on watch lists and phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and so forth. And so we modeled how the counties were doing, how much we could burn. And so if it was a county that was under more restrictions, we used our legacy rules prior to 2019. And if they were improved, then we would allow doing our normal rules. Well, things obviously got worse as we got toward November and December, and the governor's office changed to a risk-based system. And so we decided to just go immediately back to our legacy system of smoke intrusions and so forth. So we used rules prior to the 2019 update. That year, we basically had only 1 smoke incident and 0 smoke intrusions, which was a record for since the inception of the program. And so that was, in that respect, it was very good considering the COVID concern. Also in the fall, burning was reduced, not just from COVID, but obviously the epic wildfire season actually burned a lot of the area where we would have prescribed burn. So that was taken out by wildfire, as well as then we also had a fairly dry fall, and we really didn't get going on a lot of pile burning until later in November and into December. Next slide, please. Finally, the last slide that I'll be briefing had to do with a question that came out of the EQC from the 2019 update, January 2019 period, and that was, what are the ecological benefits to prescribed fire during the wet season? So we looked into that, and we found actually a 2009 literature review from dealing with Western mixed conifer, and it showed that essentially that fire intensity and seasonal growth of vegetation, whether trees or plants or underground or vegetation under the trees, are the two key factors dealing with how the ecology handles the situation and actually what damage can occur. So essentially, fire intensity obviously creates the greatest amount of damage. But when you combine that with seasonal growth, if you have an intense fire that occurs, whether wildfire or prescribed fire, during the seasonal growth period, which is usually in the forest and the mountains, is the later spring period, then that creates the most ecological damage to the vegetation, trees or plants. As you go into the summer and the growth stops and the tree goes back into dormancy, you still are dealing with intense wildfire, but if it's at a, you know, kind of 6-1, half dozen of the other situation where basically it's the same thing, intensity is the same in the late spring versus the summertime. If it's the same, you'd actually have more damage because of the seasonal growth as well as the fire intensity. Fortunately, for prescribed burning, which is what we're handling or dealing with, is that prescribed burning is usually done in the wetter part of the season, starting with in the spring, in the early to mid-spring, so a little bit earlier than actually the seasonal growth starts, and then later in the more dormant period of the mid to late fall into winter period. So we're actually burning during the most ideal time to create an ecological benefit for the forest during those times where we have neither seasonal growth nor the likelihood of great fire intensity.
Nick, if you can hear
Yes.
me, this is Tom Imeson. It looks like Vice Chair Barrasso has his hand up. May I have a question for you?
Thanks, Chair Imeson, Commissioner Barrasso.
Thank you, Chair
Go ahead.
Nick, this is, and some ways I should have paused to the end of the slide, but it actually relates to the slide back. And I just wanted to make sure if I don't know if you're able to, person controlling the slide. On this slide, just as we're comparing, it was ringing to me as we were comparing the smoke intrusions in 2019, 2020 with the 10-year averages. I just want to check. I know that we had different smoke intrusion thresholds. Like we established a higher threshold starting in 2019. So can we actually, is 6 smoke intrusions in 2019 comparable to what would have been a smoke intrusion in a 10-year average? Like, was that based on looking at the same type, you know, did we actually take that data and say, in the past 10 years, these would have been smoke intrusions based on 2019 year levels? Or, so can they actually be comparable? That was just what was ringing to me, because I appreciate everything's been done here, but I wanted to make sure I understood the data that was being shown.
That's a very good point. And in this, we did not, to be perfectly transparent on this, is that we were considering, now you have a new definition of intrusion. So we stuck with that definition of intrusion to go back and determine from prior to that, I have to go back and research that, but I want to mention that the smoke incidents that you see, that 38 number, not only includes actual SSRAs, which we are basically where we focus on in the intrusions, but it also includes other communities as well. So that 38 number is not just SSRAs. It includes other places that we are monitoring, but not that are not an SSRA. So I would say probably potentially half of those are probably other communities besides SSRAs. I can't say exactly for sure. I'd have to look that up. But yes, there would be essentially any smoke that got into an SSRA would be considered an intrusion. And so that number would have gone up if we had included that, that statistic that it was any smoke that got into an SSRA would have definitely increased the number of smoke intrusions had we been using the legacy rules. However, that changes because we are trying to do something different. And if we'd stayed with the legacy rules, we would have considered that, and probably there would have been less intrusions because we would be working under old rules, trying to keep smoke out completely. So that's why, you know, to be perfectly transparent, there is a difference there, and I don't show that on the slide.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I understood. Thank you. Again, and really appreciate all the great work.
That concludes my portion of the briefing. Margaret Miller from DEQ will be presenting next.
Thank you, Nick. And thank you, board and commissioners. My name is Margaret Miller, and I'm the air quality planner and forester working on smoke management for DEQ. And like Nick said, I'm going to take over. I'm going to start by talking about emissions reduction techniques. And as you heard, the 2019 rule change removed the size restriction on polyethylene sheeting used to cover slash piles. This decision was based on established science that burning wet piles of wood debris emitted more emissions of toxic air contaminants than burning dry piles, with or without polyethylene. Oregon is a rainy state, and it is important to keep slash piles dry to have the best combustion efficiency as possible. Following the changes, the EQC asked for some additional information on the usage and coverage amounts, specifically wanting to know if removing the size restriction was going to drastically increase the average size of covers used. ODF does collect some information on the usage of PE covers, but not specific enough data to tell us the average size of covers used. So the information we needed, we had to collect in a different way. So an informal PE usage survey was conducted by the Oregon Forest Industries Council. And that was to collect the usage and slash cover sizes. This informal survey was distributed out to industrial landowners, and we had approximately 15 unique responders. And the responses showed that about 80% of them used slash covers, and that the average size of PE used was 11 by 12. Historically, we allowed 10 by 10. ODF and DEQ would like to have more data on this topic. ODF is working with their IT group to add information in both the burn registration and accomplishments reporting on PE slash covers. Additionally, DEQ is interested in the possibility of conducting a life cycle analysis on alternative disposals of slash coverings. As you are aware, there is emissions concerns related to our alternative disposal methods because of the fuel needed to get the covers from where they are being used to where they are being disposed. Obviously, having additional data across the state and more research on the impacts of alternative disposals will be informative and help us make future decisions. Next slide. Obviously, another way to reduce emissions is to burn less piles and to promote the use of non-burn alternatives, including biomass utilization. Actually, the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response, which was tasked to review Oregon's current model for wildfire prevention, preparedness, and response, and then analyze whether or not it was sustainable and provide recommendations, did make a recommendation. The mitigation committee outcomes included a request that state agencies work collaboratively to investigate alternatives to prescribed burning. Specifically, the request was to look closely at the potential for biofuels and biomass industries in Oregon. DEQ is a supporter of non-burn alternatives and is in the process of developing a project plan related to biomass utilization. This project is still in the planning phase, but the goal is to host a series of biomass working group meetings, which could include representation from other state and regulatory agencies, industry champions, and biomass stakeholders to better understand this as an alternative in our state. Next slide. So as you also heard from Nick, another key change to our smoke management plan was to encourage timely and comprehensive communication. This means not only communication between our core agencies, but also across stakeholders and the public. There are several ways we are ensuring timely and comprehensive communication. One way is that DEQ, ODF, and OHA have a signed memorandum of understanding, which clearly states our roles and responsibilities and requires that we meet a minimum of twice a year to talk about implementation. I can assure you that we meet a lot more than twice a year, but that's what the memorandum says. Another way that we ensure timely communication is by requiring an after-action review for any smoke impacts that exceed the NAAQS, or the National Ambient Air quality levels. An ARA, or an AAR, an after-action review, is a structured review or debriefing that analyzes what happened, why it happened, and how it can be done better by the participants and those responsible for the burn. We did complete 2 after-action reviews in 2019, including one for Chiloquin, which I put as an example in my slide. And we didn't actually have any NAAQS exceedances or intrusions in 2020, so we haven't completed one last year, but this is a great way for us to understand what happened and how we can learn from what happened to make better decisions next go around. Next slide. Another important type of communication that we're trying to promote is the establishment of community response plans. The goal of these community response plans are to promote communication between the entities that conduct prescribed fire and the local public health authorities and the public, especially those community members that are most vulnerable to smoke. In the 2019 legislative session, DEQ received $250,000 in general funding to assist Oregon communities with the development of community response plans and to evaluate the implementation and strategies that to mitigate impacts from increased prescribed fire smoke on vulnerable populations. DEQ awarded 5 communities with funding to develop and expand their community response plans and implement these smoke mitigation strategies. Scope of work included, but was not limited to, inventorying existing and needed response protocols, establishing and regularly convening a community response plan task force, hosting community response planning input sessions with the community, and developing and obtaining support for community response plan that was consistent with our Oregon rule. And finally, the implementation of various smoke mitigation strategies. These projects have been really successful, but that was not without challenges. Obviously, when these projects started in early 2020, we had no idea that we would be doing this work in a pandemic. So communities, some communities struggled more than others, and some local public health authorities had more capacity than others. But for the most part, communities have been able to pivot and adjust to sort of this virtual life that we now live in. Next slide. Oregon now has 2 active community response plans, and we've approved 2 1-hour exemption requests. That was actually as of last month when Ashland's community response plan was submitted for a 1-hour exemption request. And as you all are aware, Ben has an approved community response plan and has actively been working with it and has a 1-hour exemption that was approved in March of 2019.
Margaret?
Yes.
I understand that Chair George has her hand up for a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Imison. Hi, Margaret. My question had to do with a few slides back. We probably don't necessarily need to go back in the slide deck, but you were talking about alternatives to prescribed burning, which you folks think might be something to explore further. I was just wondering about what is the extent of the use of those approaches in Oregon at this time? And is there some consideration of, some sort of use of incentives to promote expanded use of those approaches?
Very good question. And actually, that's what the goal of the project, which again is in its planning phases, but hopefully will be launched in 2021, is to better understand that those questions that you have. And so ultimately, we want to understand not only regulatory authority, process complexities, operational limitations and barriers, but those things that we could do to incentivize and simplify maybe some of those things that are complicating it. And we also want to understand maybe associated environmental impacts that might be a concern.
Thank you very much. I look forward.
But yes, we do want to identify what opportunities.
Sounds great. We look
So we'll
forward
keep
to
you
hearing the
updated.
results of that work.
Yeah, we will keep you updated for sure. So as I was mentioning, we have our 2 community response plans now. And I really want to highlight the importance of this work. As you know, smoke is smoke, and many of these communities and communities across Oregon are dealing with smoke for various reasons and across many seasons. So that includes wildfire smoke, winter wood stove smoke, but the communications and smoke mitigation strategies that have been developed in our community response plans work for any smoke situation. And we're excited that these projects can serve dual purposes, especially for wildfire smoke, which, as we know, can be really bad. We're encouraging, and I've heard that many of the communities developing community response plans plan to update their community wildfire preparedness plans to have their community response plans or their smoke response plans as an official appendix to these plans, which we think is really important. I also think that I'd like to highlight Ashland's smoke mitigation strategy, which as you can see in these pictures, was an amazing project. They actually distributed out 400 HEPA air purifiers in the summer before the September wildfire smoke event. And they're going to be doing an additional 200 HEPA filters before the spring of 2021 ends. These were distributed before the smoke event. And so Ashland was also able to utilize their communication strategies to tell residents that smoke was coming from these wildfires and that they needed to create an indoor clean air space by closing all of their doors and windows and turning on these HEPA filters that they had received in their distribution project. This was an amazing project, and obviously we didn't realize that when we funded it that there was going to be record-breaking smoke event that year, but we're thrilled that the residents of Ashland were protected and that Ashland was doing their job to build a smoke resilient community. And that's really what we want to do with the community response plans, is we want to build more smoke resilient communities. So I am going to be concluding my slides. I want to make sure there isn't any additional questions for me before I pass this presentation over to Gabriella Goldfarb from Oregon Health Authority.
Was there a question there?
Chair Imison, Chair George, I just wanted to also note the time for the commission. I think we're a little over, and just wanted to flag that and see if you'd like us to continue on the presentation or continue, what your decision might be there.
I have one quick question. This is Tom Imison. We heard from Bend and Ashland while we at the Board of Forestry, and I'm sure for EQC as well, we're developing the new operational plans here. I'm just curious about the extent to which you've mentioned 4 other communities are working on community response plans. Is there, I would assume there's an appetite beyond those, and I'm just curious about the resources available for additional work on community response plans.
Yes, there is a need not only for additional community response plans for other smoke sensitive receptor areas and areas prone to smoke, but also for the implementation of some of the mitigation strategies that have been identified in the plans. And so we think it's incredibly important, and we are hoping that we can get additional funding to be able to continue to do work like this. And so any support that we can get from board members and commissioners that back that, we'd be happy for that support.
Great, thank you.
Chair Imison, Chair George, to add a little more detail there as well, the 2019 legislature awarded DEQ funds for the project that Margaret described, and for also work on smoke management community response plans. And so the legislature is in session now, and there's been some discussion about the same question that you asked, Chair Imison, on the need and other communities that might benefit from that work.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll pass it over to Gabriella.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair George, Chair Imison, and members of the board and of the commission. I am Gabriella Goldfarb. I'm the Environmental Public Health Section Manager at the Oregon Health Authority. So I will try to speed things up a little bit. Some of what I'm going to say, Director Whitman mentioned in his opening, and this slide is reminding us all of the big picture, why the state is pursuing expanded prescribed burning and why OHA came to the table to support that work. And of course, this is just showing us what we all experienced in September, which was many days of extraordinarily high smoke across the state. As you've heard from OHA throughout the rules update process, and Margaret, music to our ears, Margaret saying smoke is smoke, regardless of whether it's from wildfire or prescribed burning. With wildfire, there's the potential for more of the population to be impacted more severely. Next slide, please. So this is just one slice of the evidence of how the September 2020 wildfires impacted our healthcare system and people, thanks to near real-time syndromic surveillance reporting about people coming into emergency departments and urgent care centers who were complaining of asthma-like symptoms. So you'll see a steep increase in those asthma-related visits. That's the orangish brown line, beginning September 6th, when statewide 24-hour average fine particulate matter, PM2.5, levels began to rise sharply. And increases in these visits mirrored the increased PM2.5 levels for the following 2 weeks until September 20th. And then remained higher than expected into early October, nearly 2 weeks after statewide PM2.5 levels had returned to normal levels. During the worst overall air quality, which stretched from, let's say, September 6th to October 3rd, compared to the previous month when air quality was less affected by wildfire smoke, we saw emergency department visits for those asthma-like symptoms increase by 25% statewide. It's important to note, however, that Hispanic populations in Oregon experienced a 30% increase in daily visits for asthma-like symptoms compared to 22% for non-Hispanic populations. So with time, we expect to have a fuller picture of the impacts and costs attributable to past wildfires as we get the lagging data on hospitalizations, mortality, injuries, occupational claims, other health-related costs, and to get a sense of how that breaks down by race, ethnicity, and age. Next slide, please. So bringing us back to prescribed burning, OHA sees the planning, outreach, and communications that you heard about from Margaret, and especially to vulnerable populations as key to making sure we can avoid or reduce health impacts from prescribed burning smoke. And we have seen those really strong plans out of Bend and Ashland, promising work from the other communities that DEQ has funded, and most of those communities have had to contend with limited or minimal engagement from local public health authorities who were, understandably consumed by pandemic work. Even under the best of circumstances, local and tribal public health has not been resourced historically to do this kind of work, even though having them at the table is really important for identifying and engaging those smoke-sensitive populations. As an aside, the public health system's path to having that capacity is through public health modernization. The governor's requested budget for modernization, which has been an ongoing process for the public health system that is under consideration by the legislature this year, would for the first time allocate funds to county and public tribal health and community organizations for just this type of environmental health work. So we do have a challenging budget picture, of course, and so the outcome is uncertain, but we're hopeful that we will grow that capacity and have the public health system engage more fully over time. Next slide, please. I'll briefly recap the very unexpected area of collaboration from compared to the last time we presented to you as a group. And but by this time last year, OHA had already stood up a coronavirus incident management team. We had our first diagnosed case in the state a year ago, February 28th, but the full enormity of what was happening really hit in mid-March. And so that really kicked off the ongoing coordination among OHA and ODF, DEQ, but also ODA and the State Fire Marshal when we issued a joint press release in April urging people to avoid as much burning as possible, including prescribed burning, given what we thought of then as primarily a respiratory disease. And as Nick talked about, we did indeed see very reduced prescribed burning in the spring. So we worked together over the summer on guidance for fall burning season and put that through the state incident management team for COVID to basically fall back to legacy rules in those different counties. At one point it was based on phases, and then we had to retool in mid-October when the state changed the framework to risk levels. And throughout, we worked in great partnership and very nimbly to navigate what was a very challenging situation. Let's see, I think you can move to the last slide. So I'll wrap up the joint presentation here, bringing up the rear with appreciation for all the good partnership among our 3 agencies implementing the updated rules, and with more of the same ahead, I'm confident. I did want to take a moment to let you know there's one new name on there, Kim Pham, who's sitting in on this session. Also, you see listed as a contact, and she joined the OHA team a year ago as our emerging environmental threats lead. Immediately was on COVID for 6 months, but was able to get her back after the fires to help us with this work, and she'll be supporting our collaboration among our agencies. So we would, of course, be happy to answer any questions from the commissioners and board members, from all of you as time allows, and thanks for your time and attention.
Great, thank you. I don't see, yes, Board Member Kelly.
Yeah, I have a quick question. I hesitate to even bring this up in this current moment, but I'm interested in low-cost, low-tech solutions. And given that we've all learned a lot about masks and there's more willingness to wear masks, is there any effort in planning around promoting the wearing of the appropriate kind of masks in both wildfire and in communities that would be affected by prescribed burns?
So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of, I'm sorry, commissioners, our Chair George, Chair Amundsen, and Commissioner Kelly, Board Member Kelly, I'm sorry. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of research coming out about masks and face coverings. Typically, the research has shown that the kind of cloth face coverings that people wear that are protective against COVID are not protective against PM 2.5. And so, and for people who are most vulnerable to smoke, wearing a respirator, I mean, many of you probably, a number of you probably have worn respirators professionally and know that there's, it's actually, that's not good for your health if you're wearing it too long either. And so somebody who is, has a compromised health status, a respirator, kind of N95 mask is not really going to be a good option. The picture that Margaret painted of people being able to have clean air spaces in their houses using smoke filtration devices, air filtration devices, that's really where we need to go to be able to protect people both in the wildfire smoke context and in the prescribed burning smoke context, and the good communication through this community response planning is really key in the prescribed burning. Actually, in both of those contexts, I totally agree with Margaret was saying. We are thrilled that these community response plans are going to do double duty to have those communication mechanisms in place to let people know when they're at risk of smoke and what steps they can do to protect their health.
Oh, and we have another hand raised from a commissioner.
Yes, this is Molly Kyle from the EQC. I really appreciated hearing the update on the smoke management plan. Last year was such an unusual year, right? My question actually kind of goes back to 2019 when this was starting to get up and running, and in particular, the need to establish those communication plans with communities who would want to do more intensive burns like Bend and Ashland and Fuse and something like that. But I also recall that was part of kind of the unfunded mandate aspect of this agreement. So I'm curious in, kind of reflecting back to when this 2019 when this was first starting, how the process of establishing those communication plans went, community feedback, and trying to get a better understanding of how easy it was or the barriers that you encountered with establishing communication plans into the most vulnerable people within the communities that did want to do more intensive burning. Because I remember that being part of kind of one of the unanswered questions at the time we were making these decisions.
So, Chair George, Chair Imison, and Commissioner Kyle, I'm going to turn it over to Margaret because she's the one who's been really working so closely and supporting all those communities and has the better picture of it. But just going through the experience of reviewing the response plans that Bend, first with Bend, and then now more recently with Ashland. Actually, Ashland's really came in at exceeding the bar, very high. They've been very motivated. With Bend, there was a back and forth, and I think I mentioned last time, they really took feedback and really strengthened their plan, because the first one that came in didn't address those key kind of who are you going to communicate with, how are you going to identify people, and they went back and did that work and came back with a very good plan. And I'm subscribed to their alerts, so I see when they're notifying people about prescribed burns, for example. So I think the process can work, and I would love for Margaret, if there's time, who really knows each of the programs. I've worked a lot with Wallowa County, but Margaret has a great perspective across all of them.
Yes, and thank you. Commissioner, to answer your question, they are all unique, and each of the local public health has a different level of ability to participate. But one of the things that we've noticed in communities that may have, not have the same amount of funding to put towards that work is that sometimes the county commissioners have stepped in to serve an active role in some of the time-consuming components of it. So attending the task force meetings, which having an hour meeting every other week can be really time consuming for 2 local public health authority members. And so when they can have somebody go represent them at the meeting and then fill them in a debriefing, that has been one of the ways. So it's really just been a community effort, and communities have had to pivot in that sort of manner in order to be able to accomplish it. But some communities obviously are able to attend, but really involvement has been good, and we've just been able to pivot in these unforeseen circumstances with COVID-19.
As a follow-up question to that, I'm glad to hear that it is working, and every group has a different amount of resources, right? So it's trying to make sure that those communities that want to participate and have these kind of exemptions have the ability to do so, even though they might have the smallest staff to be able to do it. Have you, in rolling this out, identified any additional needs to improve that type of community response planning?
Commissioner Kyle, I think there's now implementing those plans, and there's some resources needed for those who are developing plans to be able to implement them. But then just having more communities, as Director Whitman said at the beginning, and most of us all know, we're just going to be seeing more of this. So even outside of the smoke sensitive receptor areas, this is going to be an important, body of work. And as Michael Orman was saying, it's great that there's conversations in the legislature recognizing that. I'll note also there is a bill that includes many recommendations from the Governor's Wildfire Council, which has OHA creating a fund that OHA would administer to provide smoke filtration devices to the recommendation in the Governor's Wildfire Council was smoke filtration for low income and renter populations. And so we'll see, and there's a little bit more expansive body of work in one of the bills that the legislature is considering. So that's a very timely conversation. So having those resources, as Margaret was, saying in the very timely deployment by City of Ashland to its residents, really helped 400 households there to be more smoke resilient. So this is an ongoing conversation, and we all are going to need to do more. And certainly in the context of this prescribed burning conversation, or how do we reduce the fuel loads and protect health? We're going to keep working together on it.
Also, to supplement that, one thing that DEQ has done since we've launched these 5 community response plans is we have asked both the city of Ashland and the city of Oak Ridge to create a toolkit guide that they're both really doing exceptional in their different components. So obviously Ashland's done exceptional in smoke mitigation, and the community of Oak Ridge has done a really good job in their community response planning. And so we've asked them to create a toolkit guide that we can then give out to other communities to show them exactly step by step, this is how you can do it yourself. I don't think that will, necessarily take the place for additional resources and funding that they may need, but it is at least something that we can do that will be helpful for those communities.
Okay,
Chair
and I see,
Imeson,
yes.
Yes, go ahead. I was just going to say, I know this is such an important discussion, but Chair, I do think we're going to have an equally engaged conversation coming up. So perhaps there's a way that people could continue to share their comments on this agenda item. And in terms of time, we may need to be moving forward.
Yeah,
as you see fit, Chair.
No, I agree. I see that Joe has his hand up, but I guess my question is, Joe, is this a quick question and answer? Because we are quite over at this point.
Chair, it was just a quick comment. I just want to take a second just to thank Nick Yonkers as a landowner representative. I've worked with Nick over 20 years ago, burning in the Coast Range outside of Eugene for Rosewood Forest Products. And he has worked with landowners, to get our objectives done for many years. And thank you very much, Nick, for that work. And I wish you all the luck in the world with your retirement. And the pivoting that the department and the DEQ have done related to COVID, thank you very much. In talking with State Forester Doherty and what we did. And that's a perfect example of how we've adapted to a current situation to protect Oregonians. So thank you. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Board Member Justice. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Joe. And Commissioner, we'll turn this next item over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Imeson, and thank you to everyone for that great presentation. So much good work going on. It's really good to hear about that. Okay, well, as we proceed, we need to move on to our next agenda topic, which we know is going to be just as engaging as the previous one. And we will turn it over to staff to talk about the water quality coordinated work that is currently going on. And since we are short on time and we want to respect everybody's time, I'm going to ask folks to make a note of questions, unless it's a really quick, yes or no kind of clarification, and we'll hold those to the end. And we'll also ask staff to, share what you need to share, but, also feel free to move along if you think the point has been made, because I think we're going to want to have time for a little bit of discussion here. This is a really rich topic. There's a tremendous amount of really important work going on. And so with that, I will turn it over to the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Imeson, Chair George. Thanks for the introduction on this topic, and members of the Board of Forestry and EQC. And thanks to State Forester Doherty and Director Whitman for your attention this morning. Before we get started too much, I'd like to also note that Matt DeVore and Diane Lloyd, both are respective counsels, legal counsels for ODF and DEQ, are also slated to have some discussion today. And I'd also like to introduce Jamie Damon, who will be helping to facilitate some of that discussion later in the topic. So we'll be presenting an overview of the shared responsibility, review of the Department of Justice memorandum, outline of the MOU draft framework, and discussions amongst board and commission with the facilitator. So we have reserved a fair amount of time for this topic, knowing that rich discussion will ensue. I'd also like to note that acknowledge that some of this information may be a little bit redundant for some, but it's important for setting the foundation for others, particularly those folks that are new to this topic. So Oregon's public policy for forest practice regulation is to encourage economically efficient forest practices that ensure the continuous growing and harvesting of forestry species and the maintenance of forest land for such purposes as leading use on privately owned land consistent with sound management, soil, air, water, fish and wildlife resources. You've heard this before, and I think you'll probably get some more perspective around this from DOJ, but I'd also like to note a couple items about Oregon's policy and regulatory framework for protecting water quality in non-federal forest land relies on two main regulatory approaches augmented by voluntary measures and incentives. So Oregon's strong land use laws maintain forest land and forest use, provide water quality protection by avoiding negative impacts to natural resources from development. And this is also reiterated in statewide planning goal 4 for forest lands. The Forest Practices Act works in concert with these land use laws. And in addition, the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds provides a framework for additional voluntary approaches to improve water quality outcomes on forest land. This three-tiered approach results in forest land having the highest water quality in Oregon. And the board's regulations also require effectiveness monitoring to ensure rules and best management practices are adequate to protect resources. The board oversees the Forest Practices Act effectiveness monitoring program to ensure data collection that informs the board's adaptive management approach of establishing these practices, monitoring effectiveness, and updating rules based on science. The Forest Practices Act rules specifically require monitoring in the areas of water quality, streamside forests, pesticide use, which State Forester Doherty commented on earlier, and landslides and public safety. And the Department of Forestry's monitoring strategy, which the board approved, prioritizes key questions based on public input to promote efficiency in designing and implementing projects to assess the effectiveness of forest practices into the future. I'm going to quickly transition the rest of this to Jennifer Weigel with DEQ.
Hi, good morning, Chair George and Chair Onison. For the record, my name is Jennifer Weigel, and I'm the Interim Deputy Director here at DEQ. So as noted by Kyle, we're kind of tag teaming some of the background before we turn it over to Matt and Diane to talk through the DOJ advice memo. So just by way of a bit more background in terms of DEQ and EQC's responsibilities as it relates to water quality, I think as this group well knows, between the commission and DEQ, we are charged with protecting water quality in Oregon and administering the Federal Clean Water Act for our state. So in short, what this means is establishing water quality standards to protect beneficial uses, issuing permits and certifications that limit water pollution, and in areas where water quality standards are not met, overseeing the development and implementation of plans to further limit pollution from all contributing sources in order to achieve water quality standards over time. While in Oregon, through DEQ and EQC, while in Oregon, those entities have the primary responsibility and authority under the Federal Clean Water Act and state law to adopt and implement policies regarding water quality protections for Oregon's waters, I also just want to acknowledge the role that federal agencies have in that process. The EPA plays an oversight role in Oregon's administration of the Clean Water Act. And this role requires EPA for certain key program actions, such as the adoption or revision of water quality standards and adoption of total maximum daily loads. Those have to be approved by EPA as being consistent with federal statute and regulation. Where there's an instance where EPA finds that Oregon's actions have not been consistent with federal rule and statute, it must disapprove those, and absent corrective action by the state obligates EPA to over-promulgate those requirements for the state. In addition, where DEQ establishes standards that may affect threatened or endangered species, EPA must consult with either or both as appropriate, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA fisheries under the Endangered Species Act to assure that those standards are protective of threatened and endangered species. So these key elements, adopting in-stream water quality goals in the form of water quality standards and developing and implementing TMDLs as the plan to achieve those standards where they are not being achieved, those are foundational aspects of how DEQ carries out its water quality protection responsibilities. Similarly, these programs are the underpinnings for how DEQ interacts with various entities that are within a watershed. So everyone from local jurisdictions, businesses, other federal agencies, and state agencies, which includes working with these entities on their development of their TMDL implementation plans and on their efforts that contribute to meeting water quality standards over time. And a little bit more background in terms of how DEQ's Clean Water Act work has evolved over time, which I think is important context for this conversation. In the early days of Clean Water Act implementation, 70s and going into the 80s and even the 90s, the state's focus was really on controlling wastewater from cities and industry. And since really around the mid-90s into current day, that focus has shifted to be more explicit and holistic in our efforts to address pollution more broadly. And more specifically, starting in the late 1990s and the early 2000s, there was a greater emphasis nationally in ensuring that states are developing and implementing plans or total maximum daily loads for states are not, for waters that are not meeting water quality standards. As a result, over the last 10 years, there's been an even greater emphasis by EPA and subsequently by states on the Clean Water Act requirement for states to demonstrate and assure that actions will occur that ultimately implement TMDLs and ultimately meet water quality standards. That is bringing to the forefront, a lot of challenges in terms of addressing contemporary pollutant issues that are often really challenging and complex to address and involve often many different types of sources and different types of land ownership and activities that are contributing to pollution and require, as a result, much more complex. Sorry, if I don't move in this office, my lights go out. Hold on. Okay.
We still see you well, Jen.
So anyway, as the Department of Justice, as our council will be talking about in more details, they go through the advice memo, they'll be addressing a little bit more how this interplays in our current work and the efforts that DEQ is working on and the need to marry up these requirements and processes with the work that we do and collaborating with ODF. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Kyle to continue with some additional background.
Great,
Thanks,
thank
Jennifer.
you, Kyle. And just one note as we move into your next comments. Chair Imison, the three of you who are in the room there, it's quite hard for us to see you. So if somebody has a quick question, go ahead and help us out by letting us know that somebody in the room has desire to ask a question. Thank you. To you, Kyle.
Thank you. I made a faux pas earlier and did not introduce myself. So for the record, my name is Kyle Abraham. I serve as the Private Forest Division Chief. So as Jennifer noted, sort of the drivers for ODF with respect to water quality and streamside monitoring, ODF and DEQ have worked very closely on and collaborated on the monitoring and the completion of the riparian rule analysis and subsequent rulemaking, referring, of course, to the additional riparian protections on small and medium salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams. And as the board knows, we've also worked closely on the streamside protection review with DEQ and ODF&W. And as part of that process, the board directed the department to formulate a range of approaches to study sufficiency of rules, including additional work with DEQ and further evaluation of total maximum daily loads. The department has provided comments during development of total maximum daily loads in the past and expect that ODF and the board will further engage in that process as new total maximum daily loads near completion. And as noted in the director comments, both agencies strive for the same outcome, which is high water quality from Oregon's forest land.
And so to pick up on that, where we sit today, DEQ is in a place where it does routinely evaluate water quality standards for attainment and is now routinely developing total maximum daily loads for a range of pollutants to achieve standards where they are not being met. And in order to do that, DEQ spends a lot of time with various businesses, landowners, local governments, federal agencies, and state agencies, talking about water quality evaluations and analysis, and also talking about how best to implement actions that can collectively reduce pollution to address those water quality impairments. These interactions and collaborations that we view as being essential. DEQ is not expert in all the various types of activities that occur on Oregon's landscape, and we rely on these interactions to conduct our analyses better and to ensure that plans for implementation are reflective of actions that can be taken by particular sectors. As we sit here today, the key areas of work that DEQ has in front of it include addressing a large number of total maximum daily loads for temperature, which cover a large portion of the state and are due to be developed on a court-ordered schedule, and also working on other TMDL work that the agency has identified as high priority, including completing work on several total maximum daily loads in the Mid-Coast region, addressing several different pollutants. Most of the total maximum daily loads that DEQ has undertaken to date has focused on achieving water quality conditions such as temperature and dissolved oxygen that are also just critical for achieving the environmental outcomes that we have, and in particular, a critical element for recovery of some wanted species. From where we sit, we view the interactions that we've been having and the collaboration that we've been undertaking with ODF as really important and working toward an outcome that gives both agencies better clarity about how we will be interacting in these processes that we each have, so that DEQ at the end of the day is incorporating ODF's expertise, and that the agencies have a common pathway to working toward identifying implementation actions where they're needed. And so with that, recognizing that as a backdrop, back in late 2019, and actually a little bit earlier than that, but in terms of kind of formalizing and putting some scope to the agency's collaboration effort, toward the end of summer of 2019, the agencies, including Director Whitman and State Forester Doherty, and the chairs of our respective board and commission and liaisons gathered and identified that an explicit need to do this collaboration effort, and also identified goals for this work together, which were by their very nature high level, but also kind of set the agencies in a particular direction toward achieving some goals that we identified that we shared. So one, foundationally making sure that the agencies have an understanding of their respective policy and legal frameworks, working to agree mutually acceptable processes between the two agencies related to assessing adequacy of Forest Practices Act rules and other measures in particular basins or subbasins where water quality standards are not being met and where a TMDL has been adopted or is being developed. Developing load allocations for forest lands and other conditions necessary to achieve standards within basins. And ODF and DEQ, along with their respective governing bodies, committed to embarking on an interagency policy review, and that a commitment to each agency articulating current understanding of roles and responsibilities and how we'll approach the collaborative work. And finally, acknowledging that we have a collective desire to achieve and maintain high quality water on all forest lands, and to ensure that we are operating in a way that fosters open dialogue and open discussion about how to approach this. As part of this work, we identified as a key outcome that we would develop a memorandum of agreement at the end of this, as a product of this process, that would describe our agency agreement and commitment to processes for water quality coordination on non-federal forest land. So as we, so as we've been embarking on this work since that time, and as we initiated this work, we identified, and it became clear to us, that the agencies would benefit from legal advice from the Department of Justice on key aspects. So as a result, the agencies sought advice from the Department of Justice on the respective authorities and obligations of the Environmental Quality Commission and the Board of Forestry for the protection of water quality on forest land. So in a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Diane Lloyd and Matt DeVore to talk through that advice. And then following their overview of that, Kyle and I are going to talk a little bit about how we are working toward development of that memorandum of understanding and the framework that we've put together so far that will help guide that product from this collaboration effort. So with that, I will turn it over to Diane and Matt.
Great, thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, members of the board, members of the commission, Director Whitman, State Forester Doherty. My name is Diane Lloyd. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Oregon Department of Justice. And part of my role at DOJ is advising DEQ's water quality program. I'm here this morning with my colleague, Matt DeVore, who's counsel for ODF and the board. And we are going to discuss advice, as Jennifer described, that was requested by the agencies, analyzing the respective agency authority to protect water quality on forest lands. That advice was circulated yesterday. It is available on both the board and commission's websites. Next slide. So the topics we'll discuss this morning, Jennifer covered a lot of the background as well as Kyle. We're going to discuss the EQC's authority to implement the Clean Water Act. That includes development of water quality standards and then TMDLs in instances where water quality standards are not met. We'll spend some time discussing allocations, particularly allocations done through surrogate measures. And then we'll also discuss, as Jennifer described to some extent, the reasonable assurance framework and standard for approval and implementation of TMDLs. And Matt, do you want to proceed with the board section?
Yes, thank you, Diane. Good morning. I'm Matt DeVore, contact counsel for the Department of Forestry's Private Forest Division. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this joint session with a discussion on protecting water quality in Oregon's forest lands. So the overview we have here for the Board of Forestry Authority, what we plan to do is discuss the legislative direction that authorized the Board of Forestry to supervise all matters of forest policy and management. The board accomplishes this by establishing forest practices which protect a variety of interests, including the maintenance of water resources in general, and then more specifically, the goal of ensuring that forest operations do not impair the achievement and maintenance of water quality standards. The obligation includes two elements. As Jennifer mentioned, the first is to maintain water quality of water bodies that already meet the standards. And then the second component is to implement plans that improve water quality for water bodies that are not meeting those standards. The board and the commission and the agencies each have a particular role to play in the goal of protecting water quality in Oregon's forest lands. And the legislature directed that the agencies should work together and draw on each other's expertise in meeting that goal. With that, I'll hand the presentation back to Diane to go into more detail on the EQC's role.
Sure, thanks, Matt. Stephanie, next slide, please. So the commission has controlling authority for regulating water pollution in Oregon. The legislature has charged the commission with the obligation to adopt water quality standards and to take other steps necessary to implement the Clean Water Act. Water quality standards have three components listed on the slide. Those are designated uses for the water bodies, water quality criteria that are based on those uses, and an anti-degradation requirement that ensures that water bodies don't further degrade. As many of you are likely aware, one of the designated uses that frequently creates a limiting factor relevant to forestry operations is native cold water dependent aquatic species such as salmon and trout. The Clean Water Act also requires that every 2 years DEQ assess water quality throughout the state and report to EPA on the condition of Oregon waters. This includes a list of the water bodies that are not currently meeting standards. That's the 303D list. And those are the water bodies that require the development of total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs. Next slide. So if a water body fails to meet one or more water quality standards, DEQ is required to identify the amount of pollution coming from different sources and to determine where reductions are necessary in order for applicable standards to be met. And so on this slide is the most basic TMDL formula that includes the sum of waste load allocations, those are the allocations to point source discharges, plus the sum of load allocations, which are the allocations to non-point discharges, and a margin of safety. The TMDL also often will include a reserve capacity that allows for future growth and an allocation to background. But in sum, all of these inputs should result in movement towards meeting standards. Next slide. DEQ's TMDL development process is described in the EQC's Division 42 rules. That process includes development of a local advisory group to assist the department in development of the TMDL. That group acts similar to a rule advisory committee, but with a more technical bent. State law provides authority to establish and enforce TMDLs by either rule of the EQC or an agency order. Currently, the department is developing TMDLs through the process of agency order. Next slide. So as I described, the TMDL process includes the development of allocations to various sources. EQC rule and federal regulations provide that where a pollutant is highly variable or difficult to measure directly, that a TMDL may use surrogate measures as an additional means to express an allocation. One example that's important for non-point sources such as forestry or ag is the use of riparian shade as a surrogate measure for temperature in TMDLs. So for TMDLs in water bodies that do not meet water quality standards, DEQ can determine non-point source heat loads, waste loads, or loads, sorry, by analyzing current shade levels relative to the amount of shade likely to occur without operations impacting shade cover in riparian areas. As Jennifer mentioned, after a TMDL is developed by DEQ, it must be reviewed by EPA for consistency with federal requirements. In order to be approved by EPA, the TMDL must be accompanied by a management plan that provides reasonable assurance that when implemented, it will result in the attainment of water quality standards. Issuance of discharge permits to point sources that include waste load allocations provides reasonable assurance that those waste load allocations will be met. For non-point sources, EPA reviews the plan and considers whether practices capable of reducing specified non-point source load exist, are technically feasible, and at a level to meet allocations and have a high likelihood of implementation. Next slide, Stephanie. This slide provides the reasonable assurance framework. And so at a high level, DEQ determines pollutant reductions that are necessary in order to meet standards. And then the TMDL and water quality management plan identify designated management agencies or responsible persons that are in charge of sources of pollution. Those entities, the DMAs and RPs, develop plans to try to achieve reductions that get to the allocations in the TMDL. Those plans are submitted to DEQ for evaluation and review. And then DEQ monitors implementation of those actions through reporting and makes determination about future actions that may need to be taken if progress towards achieving the allocations is not accomplished. Next slide. So as I said, designated management agencies are required to submit plans describing their efforts to meet TMDL allocations. ODF is the DMA for non-federal forest lands. For non-federal forest lands, the Commission has adopted a specific TMDL implementation rule. That rule provides that non-point sources discharges of pollutants from forest operations on state or private lands are subject to best management practices and other control measures established by ODF. However, in areas where a TMDL has been approved, site-specific rules under the FPA, Forest Practices Act, will need to be revised if DEQ determines that generally applicable FPA rules are not adequate to implement those TMDL allocations. If the board fails to act following such a determination by DEQ, then DEQ must request that the Commission petition the board for rule changes. If the Commission makes such a petition and the board fails to adopt changes, the Commission or DEQ could adopt and enforce by rule or order source-specific requirements in order to comply with TMDL requirements. Some of you may recall that state water quality law includes a provision that neither the Commission or DEQ may adopt or enforce any effluent limitation on non-point source discharges from forest operations unless they are required to do so by the Clean Water Act. TMDL load allocations are not effluent limits, as that term is defined in the Clean Water Act to apply to limits on point source discharges and limits in discharge permits. Additionally, as discussed prior, a TMDL is required by the Clean Water Act in instances where water quality standards are not met in a water body, and therefore the state law limitation on the adoption of effluent limitations cannot be interpreted as a prohibition on adopting load allocations in the context of TMDL development. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Matt to talk a bit about the board's authority, and then we'll cover the coordination of those respective authorities. Matt.
Thank you, Diane. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the first few slides here related to the Board of Forestry are the general statutory authority of the board. The Board of Forestry has the responsibility to supervise all matters of forest policy and management, also has exclusive authority to develop and enforce forest practice rules, setting standards for forest practices, and those standards must ensure the continuous growing and harvesting of forestry species and provide for the overall maintenance of several resources, including air quality, soil productivity, fish and wildlife, and water resources. Next slide, please. So getting specifically into water resources, the legislature directed the board to establish best management practices as are necessary to ensure that to the maximum extent practicable, non-point source discharges of pollutants resulting from forest operations on forest lands do not impair the achievement and maintenance of water quality standards established by the Commission for waters of the state. Next slide, please. The legislature recognized that protection of water quality would require coordination of different state agencies and local governments. And in the statute cited here, the legislature specifically highlighted the need for the board to coordinate with the Commission and gave the Commission the opportunity to petition the board to require review of the forest practices established by the board. as Diane had mentioned. Next slide, please. In order to establish forest practices, there are certain findings and procedures that the board has to follow. Some of those requirements are set out by the legislature in statute, and the one cited here, 527-714, the legislature set out a series of findings that the board must make as it establishes forest practices. And those findings are discussed in more detail in our written memo. In addition to those statutory requirements, the board also established a process in its Division 635 rules that requires appointing an interdisciplinary task force that would make recommendations for rules in areas where forest practices are measurably limiting to water quality achievement. Next slide, please. So while the board must follow these procedures and make those listed findings, it must also be mindful of the obligation to coordinate with the Commission. Forest operations must be conducted in compliance with the rules and standards of the Commission. The benefit there is that operations that are conducted in compliance with the board's rules and the best management practices shall not be considered in violation of any water quality standards. And that statute's often referred to as a BMP shield for operators. And if we could advance to slide 14, and I'll hand the presentation back over to Diane.
Thanks, Matt. So as described, the board and commission, ODF and DEQ have interconnected roles in protecting water quality on forest lands. Broadly speaking, the commission and DEQ assess waters and establish water quality standards, while the board and ODF then establish forest practices to comply with and work towards compliance with those standards. The legislature intended for the two agencies to work collaboratively on their efforts so that each agency brings in its perspective and expertise to create coordinated effort with the goal of protecting water quality and complying with the Clean Water Act. As described, when the commission establishes water quality standards based on EPA regulations and guidance, as well as DEQ's research and analysis, the board and ODF may assist in the commission's decisions and also participate in water quality standards revisions through rulemaking. The board also may request that the commission review any water quality standard that specifically affects forest operations on forest land. If a water body is meeting the commission's water quality standards, then as Matt has said, it's the board's obligation to ensure that forest practices do not impair maintenance of those standards. But if a water body is not meeting standards, then DEQ will establish a TMDL for that water body and determine whether current board rules and any other measures proposed by ODF for implementation are adequate to achieve the pollution reductions required by the TMDL. The board and ODF can and should participate actively in the development of any TMDL for a water body involving state and private forest lands. This can include data sharing and information prior to and during TMDL development, and also participation in and providing input during the local advisory group process, and that's the TMDL development group that's provided for in the EQC rules. Once a TMDL is adopted and approved by EPA, any load allocations for non-federal forest lands and operations included in the TMDL will be binding. So the reductions required described in the TMDL are the goal that we all need to work towards achieving. The board's obligated to implement rules that establish forest practices, which may include voluntary actions as well as regulatory changes consistent with the TMDL. If DEQ then determines that existing board rules or any other measures proposed to reduce pollution from these forestry activities are inadequate, DEQ will initiate the petition process that's described in the EQC rule, but also ORS 527-765 by asking the commission to petition the board to revise its rules to protect water quality on forest lands. This process could lead to the loss of the BMP shield that Matt mentioned for forest operations if the board fails to revise those rules within that required period of time. Matt?
Thanks, Diane. In the interest of time, I think we've pretty well covered it. The last part of this that I wanted to just to emphasize is that even though the board and the commission have slightly different roles and slightly different procedures, DEQ and the commission, they're the entity, the agency that determines the load allocations for the forest lands. And that determination is what serves as a target for the Board of Forestry to follow. And then the Board of Forestry has the authority to determine how best to regulate forest practices in a manner that achieves that target. So it is a slightly different focus, and each entity is going to have a different role to play, but they're all working towards that common goal, utilizing the expertise of each agency. In determining whether the forest rules are adequate, the board, the Department of Forestry, the Commission, and the Department of Environmental Quality can also consider non-regulatory measures, so long as DEQ can establish that there's reasonable assurances that those measures, when implemented, will result in the attainment of the relevant water quality standard. And with that, I'll hand the presentation back to Diane to provide some updates on DEQ's ongoing work related to temperature TMDLs.
Thanks, Matt. Stephanie, next slide. This was mentioned, but Jennifer described that at a high level, the work that the agency would be doing on temperature TMDL replacement. But some of you may be aware of the ongoing litigation over the temperature standard and temperature TMDLs that were based on that standard. That substantive litigation regarding whether replacements required is complete, though the temperature TMDLs remain in place while new TMDLs are developed, but DEQ and EPA are working together to develop temperature TMDLs through the process that is required by EQC rules. The schedule for that TMDL development was set by the federal district court order. Stephanie, if you proceed to the next slide, it shows the current schedule. And so these are the 14 temperature TMDLs that are being required to be replaced by the court. They will be worked through in groups of 3 at a time by the department, and will be issued over the next 8 years or so. So with that, I guess I will turn it back over to Jennifer and Kyle, and we are happy to field questions and participate further in the discussion. Thank you all again for having us today.
Thanks, Matt and Diane, for that. So I'm going to quickly move us through the MOU. You guys, there is a draft MOU framework, which was posted late yesterday, so apologies for that. We do have quite a bit of work to do yet on there. And so with the goal of collaboration between the agencies, DEQ and ODF working together to identify strategies, approaches, really thinking about how do we avoid elevation and duplication of sort of our processes where we can. And then thinking also about what are the principles of our interagency collaboration, which has been mentioned throughout this presentation. So seeking that clarity on agencies' process and outcome expectations, commitment to working toward achieving water quality outcomes, using the best available data, scientific information, and accepted scientific methods. Those will all be included in the MOU. Right now, the agencies, along with Kearns and West, have been working to flesh out more of those details. So what you see is a framework that represents probably where we were a little while ago, and we're putting lots of effort meeting monthly to really kind of flesh that out so that it has some meat on there. And then there will be sections that talk about desired future conditions. That's a very important aspect for both the DEQ and the ODF, adaptive management, and the consideration of the basin-specific rules. So with that, I guess I'll kind of just turn over to Jamie to help determine if there's any questions or facilitate ongoing discussion. I think we've got a little bit of time left.
Great. Thank you, Kyle. And thank you, board members and commissioners. My name is Jamie Damon. I'm a mediator with Kearns and West, and I've been supporting the agencies through the development of the collaborative MOU. So we have a couple of questions for all of you, but before we ask our questions, I wanted to open it up and see what questions you have for staff. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
I believe Joe
go ahead.
Justice has a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a little trouble with my feed here out in northeastern Oregon, so I don't know if I'm being heard or what. But I do have a question, and this is probably for maybe Jennifer or Director Whitman. The work that's taking place in the private forest accord, which is I hope all of you know, is a negotiation organized by the governor's office between the conservation community and the forestry community, hoping to attempt to look at science-based information related to ultimately potentially coming up with an HCP on private lands. If successful, this HCP would address issues related to protecting species, fish species, and I assume would also address water quality concerns related to TMDLs. I guess my question is, how do you see this work aligning with the EQ's Clean Water Act goals? I don't know, Jennifer or Richard.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay, I'll start, and then Richard can add. Member Justice, thanks for the question. So the accord table is focused on developing a habitat conservation plan. Whether or not water quality considerations are explicit in that process, that's not the main goal, but it's unclear at this point whether or not that will be explicitly addressed. But what I do want to point out is that particularly when it comes to water quality conditions that are important for the species that such as salmon, our water quality standards are intended to protect cold water communities, most importantly, salmon species. So we would anticipate a significant relationship, assuming that process is successful, with strategies that are needed to protect cold water species such as salmon that are part of, clearly would be part of that scope and objective, having an important role, if not considerable overlap in what we would identify under Clean Water Act processes as needed protections. So there's obviously lots of important and fine details in all of that and a lot of process in front of us, but we view that accord process as we're all in virtual rooms. So we're virtually sitting at the periphery of that, engaging when asked to, but we are actively participating as appropriate for our state agency role in that process and tracking what those discussions are.
I appreciate that, Jennifer. I do. Really, really important work that I'm very optimistic as a board member that will be successful. So thank you for that.
Other questions? Okay, how about we ask our questions then? So one of the questions we have for all of you to consider is, as the agencies have been approaching this collaborative work and the development of the MOU, what additional or different important elements do you think the agencies should consider and or incorporate into the collaboration?
So this is, for the record, this is Brenda McComb, Board of Forestry member. One thing that I didn't hear discussed this morning was climate change and how that will be considered by both the Board of Forestry and DEQ in collaboration.
Jennifer or Kyle, either of you want to take a run at addressing how we would incorporate that, or do we just want to make a note that that's something we need to address?
Member McComb and Jamie, I suspect both. We probably want to make a note of that. And some of the ways in which DEQ approaches development of total maximum daily loads, we do incorporate broadly what is known about current conditions, what we might anticipate in the future. And, so we pull in various data sets that may help us to some degree look outward at climate change. I think there are other parts of work that are also ongoing within the state that may also be looking at different attributes. So I think it's important for us to bring that to our process, talk through a little bit more about what is and what can and can't be addressed through the water quality interactions and collaborations that we're having, so we can be more clear about that. But I think there is some opportunity to bring that in and be more explicit about how it can be as well.
Richard?
Yeah, if I could supplement that just a little bit. It's a great question. Thank you, Member McComb. Let me just add a little bit. Under both EPA and DEQ's approach on TMDLs and TMDL implementation, when we're working in a watershed or a subbasin that is not currently meeting water quality standards, and the reason that water quality standards are not being met has to do with things like vegetation or climate. Those are things that change over long periods of time. And so we do take into account the changes over time, both in assessing what the trajectory looks like to bring that waterway back into compliance with a water quality standard. So whether we're talking about temperature or sediment or other pollutants, we do take time series into account. And part of that also means looking at both what are positive changes that can occur over time and also what are negative changes that could occur over time.
Yeah, thank you both for those reactions. Just a quick comment, the stream temperature modeling being done by Norwest have identified some stream reaches which might be particularly vulnerable to climate change over the not so long future, probably sooner than some other stream reaches. I'm just wondering if modeling is a component of, like the Norwest modeling, a component of how you're establishing your TMDL loads.
Member McComb, yes, modeling is a component of how we evaluate and do analyses at a watershed scale and pull in data and information. Our folks are also very plugged into the folks at U.S. Forest Service who are doing the Norwest modeling. So we're aware of that work, and so there's a lot of sharing of information that occurs between our folks and folks working on those models and doing temperature models. I think so. To the degree there's relevancy, there's good interaction and sharing of information about that kind of stuff.
Great, thank you.
Any other thoughts about additional different or important elements that we should be considering? We have a couple other questions, but I do want to do a time check with Chair George and Chair Imison, because I believe we're supposed to end this item at about 12:15.
Jamie, I do see
that is
Chair George and Vice Chair Barrasso.
Chair George?
Yes. I appreciate, Jamie, you're checking in though. Chair Imison, do you folks have a hard stop at 12:50?
No, we don't. We have our next meeting begins at 1 o'clock. Board members will want to get a bite to eat. That can be quick in between, so we don't have a hard stop until a bit later.
So we certainly want to be respectful of people's time. We don't want to take too much more time than we're scheduled for, but at least we know we have a little bit of flexibility. I'll maybe make a quick response to your question and then let you go to Vice Chair Barrasso. So you were talking about, additional considerations. I think this is kind of inherent in some of the conversations made by staff earlier, but I want to just highlight the opportunity here, I think through the work that's been done in the MOU, to align and consolidate work efforts, right? So to avoid redundant or sequential work processes whenever possible. So to maximize engagement in processes that can cover obligations of both agencies. So to engage actively in the TMDL process to maximally cover the requirements for analysis of the Board of Forestry, with the understanding that there are some distinct responsibilities on each side as well. So we understand that they don't completely overlap, but wherever possible, align and combine those processes. Because there's tremendous resource investment for both departments in something like a TMDL process, or an adequacy analysis. And so what we want to do for the behalf of the state, the resource, and all the staff involved is make sure we're aligning that to the maximum extent. And to some degree, that also will have to do with aligning our language or deciding where our language does or doesn't come together, and our goals. So, desired future conditions. Do we or do we not agree that a desired future condition is water quality standard compliance? Where can we be clear about where our goals can align? And I just want to encourage us to do that, to the degree possible. And I think this hard work that's going on right now is going to take us a long way in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair Barrasso.
Thank you. I just want to thank both Diane as well as Matt for putting together the memo. I really appreciate the clarity that's come there, and in many ways for myself, just understanding more of the Board of Forestry's obligations. I echo a lot of what Chair George had said in terms of really working through and using this as a way to align our processes much more. But one thing I do want to see is, as we do think about this MOU, and this is in part because I feel like I've been on the periphery of this conversation, tracking it for the past 4 years, and before that, and now I appreciate this greater level of clarity that's coming forth. And so I would just love to see something around a sense of urgency within the document. What I see at the end of there is certainly revisiting the document every 5 years, and it's hard to know whether that's actually appropriate based on what falls into the document. But I would really be looking at it and say whether 5 years, at least that's one place where I see a check-in with both agencies, both the commission and the board, to a check-in at a greater frequency. It's hard to know, again, based on the shape the document takes, whether 5 years is appropriate. But that's one place I saw that. But just something else, maybe another comment that really speaks to this urgency and this commitment to working together prudently and moving through this content, since we've been spinning around these issues for quite a while. So I just want to thank everyone for the effort, but also note that that's something I would like to see noted in this MOU.
And Chair George, I've got a quick comment if this is an appropriate time. I can't raise my hand. I think that sense of urgency comes in part when you look at the schedule that was on one of the earlier slides with respect to the TMDL process. And I think that both boards have said that we want to do this in a collaborative manner, and there are many, many reasons for both boards to do that and to make that successful. I think the timeline we need that is sort of below that TMDL chart is when decisions become critical and the work that needs to be done to feed into those decisions. And it seems to me that's really critical. We have had a good history, I think, with the work that we did with both the board and the commission with respect to the protecting cold water rule. Because EQC was setting the standard, we had the responsibility to come up with the framework that enabled us to meet that standard with best management practices. It's making that more live for these other issues, which are, you know, really daunting issues, I think, that we'll need to address, and how that comes back to this board in terms of decision making and timelines, I think, and the kind of involvement we need to have our board engaged in to be able to meet that schedule.
Richard, I see your hand up.
I say that as somebody who won't be here for for it, except as an observer. But I think that's the sort of next daunting challenge.
Thank you, Chair Imison, and I would be remiss if I didn't take just a brief opportunity here to thank you for your work in bringing the Board of Forestry and the Environmental Quality Commission together on this effort. Also, you've been a force for that effort, and I personally appreciate it, and I think Oregonians appreciate all your work on the board, and we particularly appreciate your work around clean water. I too want to follow up on the Vice Chair Barrasso's comment about sense of urgency and reinforce the point that you just made, Chair Imison. We have 14 temperature plans that are going to be done in Oregon over the next 6 years, covering a fairly large portion of the state. We also have a series of temperature plans being done in the mid-coast area that will be very important for coho recovery in that part of the Oregon coast. And there is a great potential for a disconnect here between the two agencies if we don't really seize this moment right now to bring our work together. In prior temperature plans that Oregon DEQ has done, we have looked at whether current forest practice rules provide the amount of shade that we believe is needed in order to meet water quality temperature standards in all areas. And I think that analysis, we've never made the determination that current forest practice rules are insufficient. But if you look carefully at that analysis, one could draw that implication from the analysis. We want to avoid getting into that space. We want to avoid getting into that space by working with the Department of Forestry, so that as we do the analysis and we do the planning, we can create a record that shows that what we have in place will actually, over time, result in us achieving water quality standards, including the temperature standard. A lot of good work was done in the protecting cold water standard arena, the salmon, steelhead, bull trout rules that were adopted by the Board of Forestry, but those rules focused on the effects of individual forest operations and whether the particularly the temperature impacts of those operations would exceed a certain threshold. That's good work. It was important to get that set, but that is a different question than the one that we are faced with in watersheds where we're not currently meeting standards. And the question is, what do we need to improve conditions overall in order to meet those standards? Not how to avoid more than a threshold amount of impact per forest operation, but actually how to bring a watershed or portions of a watershed back into compliance. And that's the work that there is real urgency about getting our two agencies aligned on. And it's going to be a big lift for both DEQ and the Department of Forestry to do that. I'll stop there.
Vice Chair Barrasso.
I appreciate that, and I want to thank you both, Chair Imison as well as Director Whitman, for that response. And it's in some ways I don't want to discount the fact that I seeing sort of this deadlines for approval on these TMDLs is aggressive, and I appreciate that. it's really the spirit in which we almost just work together to almost get to failure and work through those failures in how we work together, not necessarily the spirit in which we're sort of developing that understanding or working towards these things, which will inherently take time. But I'm almost like go for failure as we work together and go for working and figure out those weak points and come back around and resolve those. So it's and maybe that just doesn't work within this context, but I want to just acknowledge my context. I can appreciate the aggressive schedule that is here. So, and I don't necessarily need a response to that, but I want to say that.
Okay, thank you. I see Member McComb's hand is up again. Hello.
Thank you. For Director Whitman, I just want to make sure I understand what you just said, and it sounded to me like the DEQ and ODF need to begin to consider not the specific impacts of an individual forest operation, but the cumulative effects of forest operations and other land uses over watersheds as it contributes to either meeting or not water quality standards. Is that it?
That's, sorry, Chair George, Member McComb. That's correct. And this issue is not unique to forestry. We have the same issue on agricultural lands and other lands around the state. The forestry issues tend to be mainly in the coast where the predominant land use is forestry, or high in watersheds where the predominant land use is forestry. So it's a little less complicated because of that, but it's essentially the same issue. It is a cumulative effects issue of multiple actions on the ground over time, impacting water temperature, particularly at different points in a watershed. And it gets quite complex because what we see is not necessarily that the temperature standard is not being met throughout a watershed, but it may only be certain portions of the watershed. And so working with the Department of Forestry, looking at those realities on the ground and how to account for them and create a plan going forward that accounts for those finer grain details is the work that we need to do.
Great, thank you.
Chair George and Chair Emerson, I'm hesitant to introduce an additional question. We did have 3 questions, and we've actually been spending some time here talking about the second question, which is really how we can align our processes a little bit better. The third question has to do with non-regulatory methods, but I am cognizant of the time. What advice do you have for us about how much more time we should take?
Well, if I could just add to what I said before to Chair George, or maybe with getting a little logistical advice about what we need to do to prepare for our 1 o'clock meeting. We'll be in about 10 minutes begin to have people who are signing on for that and need to test mics and all of that. So we won't have this infrastructure available after that time.
Yes, Jamie, I do think we should wrap it up, but the questions nonetheless are very important. And this might be a helpful time to share with everyone that comments from the public can be submitted in writing to the board and the commission and our staff. And those can be submitted to our assistant, Stephanie Caldera, and her email address is available on the agenda for today's meeting and on the DEQ website. And any submission of written comments that people would like to share can be submitted until March 17th, Wednesday, March 17th. So I think we can just say that this is such a rich topic and there's so much to share that we've certainly used our time well. And I really want to thank Jamie and everyone who's helping to facilitate this work moving forward. Thank you so much for your effort.
Thank you for the time today.
So thank you to all of our presenters and to the commission and the board. We know that this hard work to flesh out the details of the MOU. They're still in the thick of that. We look forward to seeing that work as it moves forward from the outline. And we know that we're going to undertake that work with the desire to remove, barriers to progress to the maximum extent that we can. And we're going to use this opportunity of focus and intention and a deliberate effort to align work to really take that as far as we can. Chair Imison, Director Whitman, Director Doherty, do we have anything else that we need to say before we conclude today?
I would just like, this is Director Doherty, I would just like to thank everybody for their engagement today and to thank all the presenters for their excellent work today. Thank you. And I think one last thing, I do think the collaborative relationships between our agencies and the board and the commission are critical to our success.
And I'd just like to add our board's thanks to you, Commissioner George, and to your Environmental Quality Commission members for joining us and allowing us to join with you for this session today. And to remind Board of Forestry members, come back to us at 11 or at 12:55 to be ready for our 1 o'clock meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Director Whitman.
Thank you, Chair George. I just thank everybody for the work that went into the presentation today. DOJ did a lot of work on the memo and really appreciate having that foundation. And again, thank you to Chair Imison for all his service, and don't be a stranger.
Well, I too want to, before we close out, just want to thank Chair Imison so much for his leadership and for his engagement on this work. It is truly appreciated, and we know that we will have additional opportunities to work together and to talk to you and to enjoy your leadership on these important issues. So with that, I want to thank everybody who was a part of today's meeting, and we know we look forward to more work together. Thank you, everybody. Stay well. And Stephanie, I think that will conclude this portion of our meeting.
Thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, Assistant to the Environmental Quality Commission. The special joint meeting, including the Environmental Quality Commission, will now adjourn. As noted earlier, the Oregon Board of Forestry will continue their business meeting separate in the afternoon. Thank you all for joining us for this special joint meeting with the EQC today.
Commissioner Yamamoto, Mr. Katie, I see you there in the attendee status, and we'll move you over to panelists here in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I couldn't tell who that was just talking.
Oh, that was Commissioner Kevin Cameron, Marion County.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
I see that they're coming back at 1 o'clock, and I'm actually.
Yes, Commissioner, sorry to interrupt. This is Hillary from the Board of Forestry Administrator. Apologies, we were muted there. But hopefully you're in. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you, Hillary.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you go ahead and test your video as well?
I better turn it. It's a little dark, huh? There we go. Keep that backlit away. Is
Great.
that
Thank
better?
you. Yes, that's
Okay.
great.
Okay.
And so go ahead. We're going to go ahead and just, if you can disengage your video and mute yourself until it's your time to provide testimony to the board. We're going to go ahead and keep doing mic and video checks.
And Hillary, do you think it will cause a problem if I pop off and then come back closer to the agenda time?
No, you should be fine, Jennifer. Once you leave, you should use that link to be able to rejoin.
Okay, I figured I would just check in, so I didn't panic anybody, but I'll come back closer to the state forest agenda item then.
Okay, and we'll reach out to you by email if we anticipate any change to the time of that topic.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Hey, this is Roger Nyquist. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Commissioner Nyquist, thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay.
And we can hear and see you okay? Can you hear us all right?
I got you. I can hear you good. I'm on my phone. I'm trying to boot up my laptop here. So if that actually happens, I will switch, but otherwise I'll stay right here. That's okay?
Yeah, that looks great. So we're gonna go ahead and continue video mic checks. Commissioner Nyquist, we'll go ahead and rename you accordingly. When it comes time for your testimony, we do ask until that time to disengage your video and mute yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Hillary, Commissioner Yamamoto here.
Hi, Commissioner. We can hear you and see you great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Cottom. Can we do a quick video mic check?
How's this sound, Daniel?
That was Jason.
Jason, how's that sound?
Sounds fantastic. Thank you.
You betcha.
I'm here too. Hillary and Jason, Kathy will be joining us just before her item.
Copy that. Thanks. Commissioner Sweet, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa. Hi, Ron. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. What kind of schedule are we on? Are we on time so far?
More or less, to accommodate your scheduling conflict, we were going to suggest that SFAC provide their testimony directly.
Oh, well.
Directly after SFAC, sorry, or FTLAC.
Okay, well, whatever works best. I appreciate it, but I don't want to turn things completely upside down either, but sorry about the scheduling conflict.
I appreciate you being here, Lisa.
Happy to do it. I thought everybody's input made it a pretty good letter, and I made the changes you asked for, Ron, and some additional ones. So make sure it was clear. Oh, there I was, just chatting away with you, Ron, wondering why you were so quiet and I was on mute.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry and welcome everybody back to our virtual meeting room. I'd also like to remind members of the public that if you would like to submit written testimony, which we welcome for environmental item or informational items presented at this meeting for the record, please send your comments in by March 24th so that they can be included in the record of this meeting. To ensure that we meet a quorum for today's business, we'll do our roll call. Joe Justice.
Here.
Jim Kelly.
Here.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And I'm Tom Imison. I'm here. So we have a quorum. With that, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda items A through E?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent items as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second it.
Jim Kelly seconds. Any further discussion? Not, we'll have a roll call for that item. Joe Justice.
Aye.
Jim Kelly.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So the consent agenda is approved, and we'll now move to item 4, the State Forester's opening comments. Peter Doherty.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, and welcome back. It's been a couple of busy months since our January meeting with an emergency board meeting, the start of the legislative session, our natural and cultural resource recovery efforts, and all our regular core business, including prepping for the fire season while still in a pandemic. As I mentioned at the January meeting, the third 2020 special session allocated $100 million for state wildfire recovery, prevention, and preparedness. Of that $100 million, $32 million was allocated to ODF, specifically for wildfire preparedness, aircraft, boots on the ground, and work in fire adapted communities and resilient landscapes. The emergency board did meet shortly after the board meeting and approved our request for the amount that we thought we could reasonably implement by the end of the biennium. And if you'll recall, we requested $13 million for the remainder of the biennium, $5 million for our aviation program. Again, that would help us put on daily contracts, a next gen air tanker, one heavy helicopter, and 2 more single engine air tankers. We also requested $3 million in personnel for the fire program, 25 full-time positions and 16.75 full-time equivalents in seasonals. And then there was $5 million to do fuels reduction work and across all lands under a shared stewardship approach for fire adapted communities and resilient landscapes. So that came to fruition. And so we rapidly look at our, it's a fairly big workload to hire some 32 full-time limited duration positions. The seasonals won't add that much work because they're really just additional hours for our seasonals we hire normally. But we came up with a process of prioritizing those emergency board positions and moved very quickly to get them out. And I believe the majority of them are out on the street or already have been hired. Our partnership and planning program, particularly our federals initiatives unit, stepped up and submitted a call for projects with a close date of February 3rd for projects that fell into 2 categories. One was actual implementation, so really execution of shovel-ready projects on public or private lands, or federal projects solely that have already been through the NEPA process that involve thinning fuels and defensible space treatments, restoration projects that contribute to forest health, fire resilience, and other projects that contribute to a landscape more resilient to disturbance or improves watershed health. Or planning projects, so surveys, data collection, or other analysis that accelerates the completion of planning for forest restoration projects. So building on the kind of 2 legs or 3 legs of the stool we use in our federal forest restoration program. And it was a very fast turnaround time for this. Over 80 projects were submitted. We have awarded funding to 30 projects for $4 million out of the legitimate 18 million that was requested in that very short period of time. We weren't so sure going into this whether we could get it spent in time. It looks like we could have maybe got more spent, except we probably wouldn't have had enough people to oversee them. And so the demand is really there for this kind of work. So the legislation session has started. So far, 2,405 bills have been filed, or, and we're tracking about 670 of those, and about 30 of them are priority and 1 and 2s. It's starting a little bit slower and sort of sorting out where bills are going this session. There's 6 related to the forest harvest products tax. One of those 6 is our bill that was filed on behalf of the governor. Our regular forest harvest tax bill. There's a couple others that are very similar. One makes a harvest tax permanent, so it's not reconsidered every 2 years. And then there's a couple others that make more substantive changes, in particular adding severance tax or eliminating the harvest tax and changing programs. They were just having hearings that they were wrapping up this week in the House Ag and Natural Resources on it. We provided testimony at 2 of those hearings, one just as sort of general invited information about what the harvest tax does, and then one to support our bill. There's 12 or so related to fire protection, including topics from prescribed fire mitigation and preparedness and response. One of those is the governor's bill, which was resurrected kind of from the 2020 short session, implementing the governor's wildfire recommendation. There are supposed to be several others in preparation from Senator Golden and other bills, but we haven't, that's just starting to happen more so now, but that will really engage our conversation there. So I think at this point, more to see which bills really get legs and going forward. I know Lena has been sending out the update, the bill tracking sheet we have, and feel free to contact her if you have any questions. And as we get more, we'll look for opportunities, and particularly as our budget bill comes up in the natural resource ways and means, we'll reach out for support from the board. The last thing I want to talk about is the work of the Natural and Cultural Resource Recovery Task Force. As you know, I think recall, it's being chaired by ODF-DEQ and OWEB. So Kyle's our representative on it. Keith Anderson from DEQ and Renee Davis from OWEB are all leading that effort. They've completed the assessment synthesis, and it covers 10 fires. 4 of these fires had the more detailed FEMA assessment on non-federal lands. Those were Archie, Beachy Creek, Holiday Farm, and Riverside, so 4 of the really big ones. The remaining 6 fire areas, 242, Alameda, Bratton, Echo Mountain, South Oberchain, and White River, relied on the BEAR, or the U.S. Forest Service, and BLM assessments, plus a water quality drinking water supply resource report by DEQ that estimated impacts. The assessment synthesis identifies actions and or identifies post-fire impacts and high priority actions needed in the next 2 years to address and mitigate impacts to natural resources that present risk in 2 critically important categories: human life and safety, and the protection of drinking water and source water supply areas. So the team came to our executive team, and those seem to make the most sense for the highest priority actions to take over the next 2 years. The integrated assessment has pretty detailed breakout by fire of where the action needs to be taken and what action. But if you look across all fires, there's some common themes. So culvert replacement, repair, cleaning, and storm proofing of roads is one area. Hazard tree removal, and then removal of navigation hazards, closure of high-risk areas and posting of warning signs. Community alert warning systems, that's been a big issue. More geotechnical analysis of at-risk areas. These assessments go pretty quickly, but really identifying those areas risk. It's a fairly long list: seedling and erosion control, invasive species, surveys and control, riparian and upland planting and establishment, riparian restoration, plan development, floodplain restoration and reconnection, protection and repair of drinking water intakes, monitoring of drinking water supplies, and then septic repair and replacement. Over the next 2 years, the cost estimate for these actions is $86 million. And, it really goes, if you start thinking about all the other costs that are coming out of just the Labor Day fires in 1 year, it really begs the question of why aren't we investing more up front in terms of avoiding these kinds of effects. The task force developed this estimate at the request of Matt Garrett, who is the governor's wildfire recovery director, has been brought in under special assignment to do that work. And we've just been invited to present the results to the legislature, I believe next Monday. And I am confident my staff will have me prepared for whatever I will be saying there. The natural resource agencies have also collaborated on a request to the congressional delegation. And we got that request simultaneously with a request from Matt. And this is around the federal infrastructure bill that is in progress in Washington. That request is for $545 million. It includes the $86 million for those ones I've just talked about, but it also now includes recreation, hatcheries, and then U.S. Forest Service needs for both natural and built infrastructure. And so just a large amount of work done by 3 people who have full-time jobs doing other things and the support staff around them. So it's just really nice work. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Questions from board members or any comments from board members? Yes.
I'd like to make just a quick comment on another issue. This is in the Department of give credit where credit is due. And when I was first a board member a little over 2 years ago, Oregon Forest Resources Institute did a presentation and also gave us their little fact book that they did. And at the time, I chided them somewhat on not including anything about climate change. And I thought that that hurt their credibility. And they just came out with a new one, which I have looked at, and they've got good information about climate change, good information about carbon, their trees to tap report, and all of that. And it seems like they're doing a good job, and I just wanted to give them a little credit.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? All right, our next item 5 is the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. My understanding is that we'll be joined today by Commissioners Yamamoto and Sweet, and that we also then will have a couple of other commissioners who have signed up to appear. If our logistics are working, we welcome Commissioners Yamamoto and Sweet at this time.
This is Commissioner Sweet. David has asked me to start this off. My comments will be brief. The first thing I want to do is to thank the Oregon Department of Forestry personnel for their over-the-top effort to expedite salvage on last fall's fire catastrophes. By government standards, they've pulled off a miracle. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. I think we need somehow to develop emergency protocols for future fire losses. It looks as though fire is here to stay, and I don't know that we can continue in the future to sit in our lands and let millions of board feet go to waste. We talked about this at our trust land meeting, and we kind of came up with a mantra, and it simply was that more salvage sooner as opposed to less salvage later is the way we should be doing business. Trees are much like savings accounts. The earlier you start them, the bigger and better they get. David will talk more about the salvage issue. I'd like to talk again about some of our plans to withhold acreage from our county forest trust lands, from the harvest base. I talk about this a lot. I talk about the impact on rural communities. This is apparently hasn't resonated too well, so I got a new twist I want to try today. I look at lumber and plywood prices. They have tripled since a year ago. I have an article here in a magazine. I don't know if you can see it, but it indicates that the cost of lumber and plywood and other wood products have run the cost of a new home up $24,000 in the last year. I think that most people would agree that housing affordability is a national issue. Apparently, we've come out of our home building recession. Home starts have just recently reached the 1.5 million per year mark needed to keep up with population growth and attrition of old homes. If we build less than that, we're not keeping up. If we build more than that, we're borrowing from the future. 2012, we had only 600,000 building starts. Today, we're up to 1.5 million, a little bit more. It's putting a huge strain on the price of building materials. One of the biggest components, cost components of lumber and plywood, of course, is the raw material. And the more raw material we take out of our harvest base, the more the supply-demand relationship gets out of whack, and log prices and lumber and plywood prices go sky high. So I would like us to ask ourselves, maybe beg us to ask ourselves, if this is time to be taking a 300,000 acre chunk of land out of the harvest base of the county forest trust lands. And with that, I would like to turn this over to David Yamamoto. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Sweet. We appreciate that very much. Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner David Yamamoto, Chair of both the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties and Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. I want to thank you so much today for the opportunity to address you. The 2020 Oregon wildfire season has been one of the most destructive on record. The fires killed at least 9 people, burned more than 1 million acres of land, and destroyed over 4,000 homes in 8 Oregon counties, with over 40,000 people evacuated. The Beachy Creek, Lions Head, and Riverside fires alone burned over 500,000 acres, of which roughly 13,000 burned acres belong to the Santiam State Forest. Overall, this was a devastating forest fire year for Oregon, and our hearts go out to the families and communities impacted by the fires. I cannot say enough about the brave men and women of the Oregon Department of Forestry who placed their own lives on the line in order to save the lives of Oregonians and our state's visitors, along with their property and livelihoods. Viewing the destruction left behind and looking to the long and laborious process of rebuilding lives and dreams is a testament to the dedication and devotion of the men and women of the Oregon Department of Forestry and the devotion they have to Oregon's people, property, and way of life. We cannot prevent forest fires, but I do feel strongly that with proper forest management, we can make great strides in stopping forest fires from turning into conflagrations. But that's a topic for another day. Today, I want to speak to the department's North Cascade District Draft Implementation Plan. Well, overall, I agree with the concepts presented in the Draft Implementation Plan. There are areas of concern. My primary concern is ODF doing all it can to capture value as well as finance restoration to the greatest extent possible. From the public comments received, it is evident that there are many viewpoints pertaining to this draft implementation plan. Allow me to address some of the public comments received. The bulk of the comments received pertain to salvage logging. In opposition to salvage logging, critics have raised some spurious claims, such as salvage logging disturbs the natural reforestation process. Climate change is the reason to restrain or avoid salvage harvest. Carbon emissions and lost potential for carbon storage in naturally recovering forests, and concern about soil erosion and silt in waterways. It must be understood that the trees burned in the fire were either on land the counties deeded to the state or were planted by FDF monies derived from ODF harvest. Revenue from these trees was promised to the counties, and these trees should be salvaged to the greatest extent possible. Salvageable trees should not be left for some other purpose. Similarly, the burned areas should be regenerated into healthy, productive forests as soon as possible. The current draft implementation plan considers salvage logging only 4,500 acres out of the 13,000 acres burned. While ODF is moving faster than ever before to get these sales out, they are behind the industry as a whole. Fortunately, ODF is being much more aggressive than the Bureau of Land Management or U.S. Forest Service. Salvage timber not harvested by early summer will likely suffer damage from beetles and stain and will bring lower value the longer it sits. ODF admits that the amount of charred wood and resulting merchantability is uncertain and is concerned about the private land's salvage harvest driving prices down while constricting available harvest crews. While private timberland owners are quickly salvage harvesting their own lands and sending logs to mill, due to the unprecedented housing boom, which was just talked about by Commissioner Sweet, evident in many parts of the country, timber prices remain at near record levels. It is also important to note that harvest of salvage logs is an inherently dangerous task, even more so than standard logging practices. All of this begs the question, Does ODF have a salvage policy in practice that helps recover value while regenerating state forest lands as quickly as possible to the benefit of both the trust counties and the Oregon Department of Forestry? As we look forward to updating the forest management plan, we should build these policies in so that we can react as quickly as possible when the next conflagration occurs. Trust counties and our special districts rely heavily on continuing timber harvest revenue to finance public safety, fire, schools, healthcare, ports, 911 centers, and many other issues are important to our residents. While ODF will soon be scrambling to find additional funding sources to close its own projected budget deficits. To those that feel that requiring burned lands to naturally regenerate, I would ask people to take a close look at the Tillamook State Forest. We have people today wanting to stop all logging in the Tillamook State Forest as it's an example of a beautiful, pristine forest, to which I agree. But these people have failed to look at the history of this forest and what is referred to as the Big Burn, which devastated this area in a series of huge conflagrations in the 1930s until the early 1950s. Over a period of 20 years, a series of 3 conflagrations burned over 750,000 acres of old growth timber. While the science of reforestation and young stand management was not well understood at the time, hundreds of school-aged children from across Oregon, local residents, as well as people from across the state were recruited and transported into these burned over areas and replanted huge swaths of what is now the Tillamook State Forest. It is estimated that over 72 million seedlings were replanted, which is now mature working timberland, bringing timber revenue and family wage jobs to Tillamook County. This is perhaps the earliest and largest reforestation project ever taken in the Pacific Northwest. And when viewed now, some 60 to 70 years later, it is truly a remarkable achievement. Oregon Governor Tom McCall, marking an end to reforestation of the burned over area, helped to write the closing chapter of the Tillamook burn story when he visited in June of 1973. He told a gathered crowd of tree planters, foresters, and dignitaries that from that point forward, the Tillamook burn was to be known as the Tillamook State Forest. Additionally, requiring a natural reforestation process results in leaving a huge fuel load in the form of partially burned timber, while at the same time allowing scrub and undergrowth to outcompete natural seedlings. This leads to a situation where continuous fire danger due to increased fuel load remains ever present. From a county health and safety perspective, salvage harvesting to minimize fuel load and replanting and restoration to protect roads and waterways is a primary objective of the trust counties. I would also like to address the issue of modern forest access road and the danger of erosion and silt in waterways. ODF has done an admirable job of assessing almost 200 miles of road within the fire perimeter. There is much work to be done to address culverts, danger trees, roadbed repair, and bank stabilization. Recent studies have shown that modern forest road building does not lead to excess silt and debris in our waterways, and a lack of roads in our forests does not allow access to fire equipment and manpower needed to quickly knock down the next fire. I also need to address the issues around carbon sequestration. Oregon is blessed with the world's premier carbon sequestration engine, our magnificent forests. A recent publication by the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, the study team of USDA Forest Service scientists states, and I quote, "Forest and harvested wood products annually offset the equivalent of more than 14% of economy-wide carbon dioxide emissions in the nation," unquote. When we harvest timber to produce wood products, Those finished wood products continue to hold sequestered carbon. We then go back and replant, which produces a rapid uptake of carbon as the trees reach for the stars. As a forest matures, the uptake of carbon slows, and we go in and harvest again, produce finished wood products for our homes and businesses, replant, and the carbon sequestration process starts all over again. This process is interrupted when conflagrations burn a forest to the ground, releasing carbon into the environment as heat and smoke. Additionally, the USDA Forest Service in the journal Scientific Reports states, and I quote, "The accumulation of carbon stored in US forests may slow in the future, primarily due to land use change and forest aging," unquote. It goes without saying that the Trust Counties appreciate the great working relationship we have with ODF and the Board of Forestry. While we may not agree on all aspects of the North Cascade District draft implementation plan, its development needed to occur quickly, and now its implementation needs to occur even more rapidly. As I've said before, we will continue to find areas of disagreement, but it is my hope that we will always find ways to remain engaged. Thank you for this opportunity to address you this afternoon, and I would be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so Commissioners Cameron and Nyquist will move to you in that order.
Hey, this is Roger Nyquist. If it's okay, I'll go first here.
This is Commissioner Cameron. I'll yield to Commissioner Nyquist.
Okay, got that.
This is Commissioner Nyquist. Can you hear me okay?
Commissioner Nyquist, unfortunately, we're unable to hear you. You check your audio.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Commissioner Nyquist, unfortunately, you're very quiet on our end. So could Commissioner Cameron?
Any better now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So from my perspective, counties have a financial interest in every one of those trees that could be salvaged that otherwise are going to die. We need the money. Our communities need the jobs to rebuild. But in large part, for me, having seen the consequences and lived through this thing, we all have an obligation to do everything we can to keep that from happening again in the way of the fires that happened September 8th up the canyon. It touches me in that there was a 12-year-old boy that died up there on the North Fork, he and his dog. I happen to have a son that's 12. And knowing that boy, that young man will never get to experience life in a way that we have, that I hope my kid can. It's hard. It's hard stuff for everybody. And I just think we have a duty to do everything we can to keep that from happening again. And that includes cleaning up future fuels that would allow for this and enhance a fire like this to happen again. It's concerning to me that the volume that's out there that was burned, some 24,000 acres, I think, if I have that right. And what's scheduled for salvage logging is just a fraction of that, a few thousand acres, as I understand that. And I'm not here to cast stones or whine or complain. If there's our partnership needs to take a different direction, or you let's talk about that, but let's do everything we can to collectively to not have happen what we all experienced on September 8th. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for your work, and I would defer to Commissioner Cameron at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Imison, members of the board, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, just thank you for your service to our state and for what you do in this important area today. I want to just follow up on Commissioner Nyquist, a few things that, first off, my personal testimony is that I was one of those victims. I am a resident of Detroit. I left on, actually it was September 8th at 1:30 a.m. And drove through fire to get safely into the valley. It's an experience I never want to personally have happen to me again. And we did lose 5 lives, unfortunately, one of those that Commissioner Nyquist just mentioned. However, this canyon has been devastated over many years. Many things have happened in the canyon, and they've tried to recover to a new norm. And this fire was just one more setback, but I know that people are determined. They're Oregonians at heart, they're rural Oregonians, and they're going to come back stronger. It's just going to take a long time. The revenue that the counties need from our state forest trust lands is important to us, especially during these difficult times, as we find resources to try to help them rebuild these homes, the infrastructure, and the other important things that need investments to make sure they come back. The jobs for the people that have been impacted from this fire, that the harvest happens and provides those jobs in the canyon is extremely important. And I think it's already been mentioned, the raw materials that are needed to process and provide the materials needed to do the rebuild in the canyon, our own assets here in the state of Oregon to be used to help drive potentially those prices back down and add to the supply are important. And harvesting when raw materials are at an all-time high would bring revenues in. And then the last thing I would highlight, I'm going to highlight the health and safety of our people and our environment in the long term. Obviously, you've heard detailed testimony in those areas. So I just want to challenge the small amount that has been set aside for harvesting and ask that you would consider a larger amount of those 24,000 acres that have been burned for all the reasons that have been stated before me. And I want to thank you for your service and the opportunity to be before you today.
Thank you. We'll now take a brief break, right, so that we can get things set up for the next panel. So 5 minutes or so. Okay, thank you. So stay with us.
Amanda Astor and Nick Caddy. This is Hillary over in Salem. Just doing a quick video and mic check. I just promoted you two. When you're ready, go ahead and engage.
Hillary, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Amanda.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Nick Caddy, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly.
Wonderful. Thank you. Please disengage and mute yourself until it's time for testimony. Next up, we're going to have Noah McKell and Rebecca White. 1 second. Noah and Rebecca, go ahead and do a quick Video and mic check.
Hi there, are you able to hear me?
I am. Are you hearing us okay? Great.
Yep.
Rebecca,
Hi,
you're
how about
next.
me? Got me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you so much. And
All right, thanks.
and we'll go ahead and if you guys can disengage your video and audio, great. Next up, we're going to have move to Rob Freeze and Senator Gerard and Seth Barnes. So you've all been promoted to panelists. Thank you so much for waiting in our queue. So let's go ahead and have Rob Freeze do his video mic check first. Oh. Okay, let's do Seth then.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Okay, and go ahead and do a quick share because I know that you want to do PowerPoint.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see here. Is that showing up? Oh, that's the wrong one. Let me see here.
I see pictures. So yes, you can share okay. That would work
Yep,
as
thank you.
a test. Amanda, the same. Did you want to do that?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if I can do that as well. 1 second. Okay, are you seeing that?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, great.
And Hillary, I've got a few slides, just a couple of pictures to show during Rob Freris's part for him. Will that work for me to do that?
That should be fine. We're going to have everybody be as panelists through the item. And then when it comes time for your panelist testimony, I'm going to Seth and Rebecca as far as how you guys are coordinating and organizing who goes first. So Seth, if you want to stick around and share during
Sure.
Mr. Ferrer's testimony, that's fine with us.
Perfect. Thank you.
Senator Gerard, are you available to do a quick video and mic check?
Can you hear me?
I can and see you. Are you able to see us in the room?
I am.
Wonderful. Thank you for holding on and joining us today. We really do appreciate you. So we're going to go ahead and just ask you all to disengage and mute yourselves during the items presentation. We are, I believe, allowing one person to go ahead of the curve because she has to leave for the day. But immediately following the staff presentation, we're going to ask you guys to engage your video and unmute yourselves so then we can go forward with the public testimony. You'll be prompted by the board chair or the staff in the room. So thank you so much for standing by. If you do need to leave, please just chat in the Zoom chat room. Thank you.
Microphone test.
Test.
Rob Ferris, did we get a chance to do a quick video and mic check with you? I think you're muted, sir. Oh, wonderful.
Test.
Test. We can see your shoulders to your,
Okay.
there we are.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about the feedback. Go ahead and disengage your video and audio for now.
Let's see.
Are we just on a 5-minute break?
Okay, we are reconvening and we will go to our agenda item 6, the Santiam State Forest Restoration and Recovery issue. This is an informational item, and we'll start with Liz Dent, who will introduce this topic.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Liz Dent, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. Today, we are briefing you all on the Santiam State Forest as far as the fire impacts. You've heard testimony about that already this morning from the commissioners, and also on our revised implementation plan for managing the forest after the fire. Joining me today include Ron Zilli, who's joining us remotely. Jason Cox is here in the room, and Ramona Arachiga, who is also joining us remotely. There's a lot to cover, so I'm going to attempt to keep my opening comments brief.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dent, we needed to, the chair of SFAC had a time conflict.
Oh, right.
And so if, with the chair's permission, we wanted to allow her to go first.
Lisa Phipps with State Forest Advisory Committee. So if that's okay, I'll turn it over to Lisa. Okay, Lisa, the floor is yours.
I'm so sorry to jump in front of you because obviously you're going to be laying the context of this discussion, but I do appreciate you all accommodating my time constraints. For the record, my name is Lisa Phipps, and I am the chair for a couple more months of the State Forest Advisory Committee, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak in front of you today. I'm here on behalf of the State Forest Advisory Committee. It's a committee comprised of citizens, local citizens, and representatives of timber, environmental, and recreation groups and tribes. The purpose of the State Forest Advisory Committee is to provide an open forum to discuss issues, opportunities, and concerns, and offer advice and guidance to ODF when they ask on the implementation of the Northwest Oregon State Forest Management Plan. On January 12th, the department staff presented the proposed revisions, which you'll hear about today. The committee felt that it was appropriate and important to provide a summary to you of our discussion that took place, given the importance of this revision. The fires that ravaged the district not only changed the landscape, but also the need to look at management during this recovery period. I want to emphasize that the committee was unanimous in its support of ODF staff and the speed in which they are working to address restoration of this forest post-wildfire. There could not be enough compliments coming out of this group for your staff. The effects of this fire reach across multiple ownerships and ecosystems, and collaboration amongst all of these owners, as well as between state, federal, industrial and private landowners, are going to be critical during these restoration efforts. And we know that that is a tough road to hoe. ODF is balancing these considerations into its revision and general planning processes. There are a number of tools that they're going to be utilizing that will assist with the restoration, with economic benefits, and with securing public use. Ensuring that the state forest is safe for users to venture back in is paramount and a primary responsibility of the department. They are targeting the salvage logging focused on roads, trails, and recreation facilities, while at the same time looking at the ecosystem functions. The department is also proposing an aggressive reforestation plan using a diverse array of species that will improve diversity and resiliency within the forest. As was mentioned earlier, this is probably going to become more of a norm than an anomaly. And this resiliency is going to become increasingly important as precipitation patterns shift, population growth continues, and expanding land uses impact resource lands. There were two areas that raised some concerns in the committee that we want to call out. Salvage logging was an area that raised the majority of the concerns in our discussion. from both an ecosystem perspective, including multiple species needs, and an economic perspective. Understanding that salvage logging would apply to approximately 20% of the burnt landscape, with a focus around, although not limited to, infrastructure and particularly access, was important to getting us to a place where we were comfortable. Another area of concern was the strong desire to ensure habitat diversity, and managing for multiple species is a critical consideration in the reseeding plan of this landscape. The committee also recognized that the situation presents an opportunity for outreach and education. And as part of that effort, involving the public in on-the-ground work is reminiscent of the Tillamook burn and highly encouraged. As we move forward, transparency and public engagement will be critical to ensure the long-term success of these restoration efforts. There are going to be many, many interests pulling the department in many different directions. And the plan that they presented to us on January 12th is such a strong path forward for the department as they move towards these post-fire recovery efforts. Again, and I think I end this every time we speak in front of you, we appreciate the complexity of this issue and that the board has to balance many, many different perspectives and interests. The SFAC is a body that is comprised of many of these perspectives, and we would encourage you to consider the committee as a sounding board and resource for this and other issues around implementation and managing our state forests. We very much appreciate the opportunity to provide our testimony to you today. And I would once again like to, in front of you, congratulate staff on their Herculean efforts that they have moved forward thus far and will continue. The speed at which they have been responsive is incredible. And we have a member of our committee who was with the U.S. Forest Service for a number of years, and she was simply amazed at the speed and the transparency and the thoughtfulness that the department is moving forward to address the post-fire recovery efforts in this area. So that concludes my testimony. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And again, thank you very much for letting me move ahead of the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, going back to the presentation itself, again, Liz Dent here, State Forest Division Chief. I was just beginning my opening remarks, and much of what I was going to say was covered nicely by both the commissioners and then Lisa. So I'll just make a couple additional comments, really trying to put the fall of 2020 fires in the perspective of the human element. And what I'll focus on here for just a minute is the folks from our Santiam district. And I really want everyone to recognize that those employees from the Santiam district were directly involved with the fire suppression efforts. And one of the employees there told me at one point he wondered if he's going to make it home to his family. So that kind of responsibility experience on the shoulders of those folks. And then that was coupled with the fact that their working office, the Lions office, burned down, which of course took with it all of their professional documents and decades of work, representing decades of work for them. And then they turned around and pushed up their sleeves almost immediately and began working on a rapid assessment to determine what the impacts were out there, working on this revised implementation plan and specific operations. In addition to that, many of our employees moved from their home office to support the work on the Santiam at great personal sacrifice, very long hours and travel distances. And so just wanting to take a moment to really formally thank our folks and the teamwork that they did at great personal sacrifice in service to the public. So just one more comment to help set the stage for and turn it over to Ron. I suppose it doesn't necessarily need, you don't necessarily need to be reminded of this, but it's worth saying that our mandate is to secure greatest permanent value. And I think Lisa Phipps spoke to this in her testimony. We managed to create healthy, productive forests that provide benefits for rural communities, recreation, education, revenue and jobs for counties and rural communities, high quality habitat for fish and wildlife, and high water quality, to name a few. These forests need to be resilient, fire adapted, and managed in the context of climate change. And it is not easy to strike that balance. That is a high level of expectation of a very complex land base. Clearly there exists a range of public perspectives on what that balance should be. What's the best way to strike that balance? And you've heard a little bit about it already from the commissioners and Lisa, and there'll be more testimony for you later today. So I'll just hand it off to Ron and say that I really believe the work we're presenting today has struck the right balance. So Ron, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Liz. Share my screen here. Someone could give me some acknowledgement that we've got the screen headed in the right direction.
Yes.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, Chair Amison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Ron Zilli, and I serve as the State Forest Deputy Division Chief for Planning. Trying to move a slide here. Okay. So here's just a quick vicinity map to get everyone oriented on where the Santiam State Forest is for everybody who might be listening in today, the physical location of Santiam State Forest. As I begin this presentation, some of this has already been said, but just the context in which the landscape scale in which these fire occurs is really important, I think, to keep in mind. It's been said that there were 3 fires that affected the North Cascade District, the Riverside, Beachy Creek, and Lions Head fire. The majority of the impacts coming from the Beachy Creek fire, state forest lands shown here in light blue. You can see we did have some as far north as the lower portion of the Riverside fire, just give them some of that landscape level scale. The division's fire response can be thought of as 3 overarching phases, and Liz kind of touched on this as well, but I'll just hit the high points. First the district and then augmented staff from all over Western Oregon assisted in conducting an initial assessment of fire impacts and conditions. This assessment was used to inform our recovery planning and implementation, which resulted to the changes to the district's implementation plan. And that this implementation plan will guide the short-term recovery and restoration work over just the next 2.5 years through 2023. In that interim timeframe, we're going to be working on a more longer-term plan related to the future habitat conservation plan and companion forest management plan, and we'll be focusing on that during that time. But this is going to guide the implementation just for a short period of time, 2.5 years. Additionally, during this time, we're going to focus on a restoration plan that Ramona is going to talk a little bit about towards the end of this presentation. I'll let her, get into that. So again, the district overview: 47,000, roughly 500 acres in the fire in the district, total acres. About half of that, 24,357 acres, was within the fire perimeter, and there were 16,614 acres that actually had some level of burning occur to them. The resources impacted were, affecting public access, our road system for employee access as well. We had forest stands burn in a variety of mosaic patterns. Recreation facilities and trails were impacted. Fish and wildlife habitat was impacted, and other infrastructure, which Liz mentioned, the ODF office in Lyons, was also impacted. Here's a look at, some of the burn mosaic that occurred. So the fire, fortunately had varying intensities over the forest. And what we're seeing here is an area we call the Green Basin. This is an area of relatively mature stands. There's a lot of 60, 80, some 90-year-old stands in this area, and there's a lot of thinning history that had occurred here. I might even be able to see some of the thinning corridors even in this area of the screen. You can see my cursor. But the fire, in this mosaic burn, it skipped around, this area, which is a very large area, and then several other places like that forest. That just gives you an impression of kind of how the fire behaved on the forest, and it wasn't, just a complete devastation. Going into more detail around the burn severity, reading this graph from left to right, the darker green represents the acres that were unburned within that 24,000, roughly 400 acre fire perimeter. So 7,700 acres were skips, gaps, and unburned areas, which is really fortunate for us. 3,700 acres were low severity burn. And then we had 7,400 acres in moderate severity burn, with 5,500 acres being severely burned. This is a picture that illustrates the fire effects and burn severity on similarly aged stands in the forest. So it gives you some idea when we start talking about other activities we're going to be planning in low severity or moderate severity or high severity, just some visual of these are real pictures from the Santiam State Forest, taken during the assessment. And this is just a visual to keep in mind when you're thinking about the burn severity. The total acres in each burn severity class that I just covered on the previous slide represent a variety of ages within those severity levels. So what you're looking at here is not consistent across the forest. We had burns at varying ages and stand structure levels. So I'm going to go into a little more detail on the fire impacts by county, stand age, and structure. The Santiam State Forest lies within 3 counties, Clackamas, Lynn, and Marion counties. The fire affected all 3 counties, but Marion County had the largest impacts. Approximately 10,500 acres out of the 18,900 acres within Marion County were actually burned in the fire. So very significant impacts to Marion County. Lynn County, the largest ownership within in the area of the fire there, but the lands in which the state forests reside within Lynn County, 21,000 acres and 2,900 of that were within the fire perimeter. That were burned in the fire. And then Clackamas, 7,200 with 3,000 acres burned. So 3 different counties within that jurisdiction that's in that, all on state forest ownership. And they had varying burn impacts there, with Marion being the largest and Lynn being the smallest. So I'm going to take a look now at the severity by age class, talked a little bit about differences there. One thing we noticed in the burn severity was that it was highest in the younger stands. There's a circle here drawn that shows, you can see, roughly 74% of the stands within the fire perimeter that were in this 0 to 29-year-old age class were either in moderate or high severity burns. So definitely having higher burn severities in these younger age stands. These impacts represent a significant loss in investment in getting those stands established over the last 3 decades, as well as future investment that's going to be needed to restore several of these other stand conditions. While the low and moderate severity burns occurred in many portions, they actually introduced very valuable ecological components into the landscape. Some of these areas that were only lightly burned and some of the areas that had moderate burned did introduce very valuable ecological components that are important to wildlife over time. So those are also things that are beneficial that come out of this fire as well. Next, I'm going to describe how the fires impacted forest stand structure. And just, we have a lot of folks viewing today. Some may or may not be as familiar with the forest management plan as the board members, but just a real quick overview that the Northwest Oregon Forest Management Plan is based on managing for a range of forest structures. And these structures consist of regeneration, which is shown in the upper left here. This stand type occurs when disturbances such as timber harvest or fire or wind has killed or removed most of the larger trees, and legacy structures such as green tree snags and down wood have been retained, coupled with reestablishing a stand. The next progression or succession of stands in our structure-based management pathway is closed single canopy. And this stand type occurs when new trees, shrubs, and herbs no longer appear in the stand, and some existing ones begin to die out from shading and competition in a process we call stem exclusion. Sometime in that 16 to 18-year-old age range, approximately, when those canopies close together. The next stand type is understory. This stand type occurs after thinning, or the stem exclusion process has created small openings in the canopy and enough light and nutrients become available to allow herbs, shrubs, and new trees to grow in the understory. This progresses on to be layered stand structure that occurs when either thinning has continued to open up a stand to allow for the establishment of additional age classes of trees and more advanced communities of shrubs and herbs and distinct canopy layers. The final stand structure class that we have, older forest structure, occurs when stands attain structural characteristics that are numerous large, older trees, multi-layered canopies, substantial numbers of large down logs and snags. This isn't the same as old growth. It's to be achieved through active forest management processes and the retention of legacy structures. But through accelerated development of structure through active management, we can create habitats and conditions similar to old growth in a shorter period of time. And these last two structures that I referred to, layered and older forest structure, we commonly referred to as what we say complex forest conditions. And we map those in a landscape design that I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. So I'm going to move on now to highlighting how the fire impacted these various forest stand structures on the Santiam State Forest. This table displays the pre-fire stand structure conditions and the fire impacts in each of the stand structures. The first row shows the pre-fire acres by stand structure type on the district. So we've got 4,300 acres, as far as 4,700 acres of regen, so on. A large portion of the forest, almost half, was in an understory forest condition, and then the older forests were somewhat lower. There's a category on here that wasn't shown on the stand structure diagram that's non-forest. Just wanted to point that out on what that is. Those are areas of the forest that don't contain trees due to specific site characteristics, such as high or elevation rocky areas, or land being used for other purposes, such as transmission and utility lines, rock quarries, and administrative sites. So what this information really shows when rolled up is that younger stands, the regeneration, closed single canopy, and understory, down here, all burned at higher percentages than the older stands. Roughly 40% of the stands in the fire perimeter, both in the regeneration, closed single canopy, and understory age classes burned, while only roughly 20% of the stands within the fire perimeter that were layered or older forest structure burned. And you go back to that image I showed of the mosaic where that green basin was, where the fire came to that area and then either went down to a ground fire or burned around it, indicated by how it behaved relative to forest stand structure. Now that I've shared how the fire impacted the current stand conditions on the forest, I'll describe how that relates to our desired future condition. So the forest management plan establishes target ranges for how much of the forest landscape will be managed to create each of the 5 stand types I showed in that illustration. Together, the layered and older forest structure stands are considered desired future condition complex stands and are designated in a functional arrangement in the district implementation plan across the landscape. This mapped landscape design is intended to provide for a variety of habitat functionings, interior habitat areas, connectivity for wildlife, and the mapped landscape design in and of itself, again, does depict this desired future condition. So all of the stands are not necessarily in that layered forest stand structure or older forest structure stand condition at this time or pre-fire, but would take several decades to get there based on where they were when we developed the forest management plan and implementation plan. Showed that current stand structure across the forest in that last slide. So within the map landscape design, the areas that we had identified for layered stand structures, there was approximately 3,000 acres burned out of the 9,300 acres that are within the landscape design, and the older forest structure areas where there's 7,000 acres approximately designated on the landscape. 6,000 of that was within the fire perimeter, but only 1,000 acres of that fortunately burned in the fire at all those, amongst the varying severity levels. So overall, the map landscape design, which is roughly 35% of the district, 16,000, approximately 500 acres. A lot of that was within the landscape design, 12,500 acres, but it's unburned. And then we have 3,900 acres that were indeed burned. Now I'm going to take a look at the variety of reforestation approaches we're taking on the Santiam State Forest. So as the fire was still burning and the staff learned about the impacts to the Santiam State Forest, our reforestation team immediately began acquiring additional trees and securing additional growing space for nurseries for the coming years for sowing of trees. We're taking a variety of approaches to reforestation, which includes planting of seedlings, allowing for natural regeneration, and doing aerial seeding in areas that are difficult to access. And we're not going to be doing any post-fire harvesting in, and trying to get some trees reestablished in an efficient way there. So we've begun these processes already. The ranges you see at the bottom of these images are what we plan to do over this 2.5-year implementation plan period. So roughly planting 6,000 to 6,600 acres of trees Some of that is going to be from plantations that just burned, and some of that is going to be for post-fire harvesting, the natural regeneration, and again, the aerial seeding. We've already started the aerial seeding. We've done about 1,300 acres of that so far, and they're paused right now due to their heliport being snowed out. But we plan to do more of that in the spring coming up here. We do have challenges with reforestation. It's estimated that between 80 and 120 million seedlings are needed across all ownerships in Oregon, and that the annual capacity to grow seedlings is only 40 million. There's also some really acute workforce limitations with planting contractors and a variety of other considerations that we have that are definitely going to make our work ahead of us a challenge. We are also considering some new opportunities as well, and we've just recently entered into a partnership with the Bureau of Land Management and Port Blakely that's being led by OSU Northwest Tree Improvement Cooperative, where we're starting an assisted migration plot study in our reforestation efforts there, planting some trees from other locations to see how they adapt to this site to gain information about climate change and resilience to forest landscapes. I'm now going to shift to the impacts that we had to recreation. Impacts to recreation varied. Most significant impacts were to our Shellberg Falls, Santiam Horse Camp, Monument Peak, trail systems, and the High Lake areas. We have approximately 22 miles of trails that were impacted in the fire. This is a view of Shellberg Falls, one of the highest used and most loved recreation areas on the forest. And unfortunately, it was severely burned in the fire. The next steps for recreation, education, and interpretation are, once it's safe to navigate the road system, initial work will begin on infrastructure repair, culvert, trail, and bridge replacement, trail relocation, and trail rehabilitation. As restoration work and recovery progresses, we will be assessing the potential to relocate and enhance recreational opportunities. And this burn landscape also offers a variety of potential interpretive opportunities as our restoration work progresses. So information is being collected along the way for future use. And we expect our recreation areas to be closed for an extended period of time, but our intention is to do a phased opening as soon as it's safe to do so. Next, I'll cover impacts to our forest road system. The road network on the North Cascade District is approximately 380 miles, and roughly 190 miles were within the fire perimeter and did suffer some very serious impacts. And there's a lot of cleanup, bank stabilization, and other work to do there. Work is underway to deal with the debris removal already, and the restoration of replacement of culverts has already started. The initial assessment revealed that through an inspection of 1,200 culverts, there's about 113 that need replacing, 15 of which are on small non-fish bearing, type N streams. And there were no culverts in fish streams that were damaged to the point that they needed to be replaced. So really fortunate there. There's several other culverts and things that need maintenance, but we're already beginning to do a lot of that work. The district's been really proactive in getting on that so they can redevelop safe access for the recovery and restoration efforts, as well as ultimately get the public back in there as soon as we can when it's safe to do so. Next, I'm going to give an overview of how the forest affected our riparian areas. Just as you saw the burn images illustration from the stands of similar ages, this is a comparative view of some riparian areas that also suffered similar effects in the different burn severities, the low, the medium, and the high burn severity. The mosaic pattern on the forest, it had some beneficial effects as well as it burned through there. These areas that are severely burned certainly have some short-term negative impacts, but they're also, really unique forest generational opportunities for the recruitment of down wood and other key elements for proper functioning aquatic systems over time. And again, we didn't have all of our streams end up in this very severe burn condition. This is an example just to show some different aerial views of how the riparian areas fare. This is a large area we call our Sardine Creek area, also one of our aquatic anchors where we're focused on aquatic species in here. And fortunately in this area, the uplands had high and medium burn severity, but the riparian area came out very well with only low and unburned areas. This other example is just to show how a very hot moving fire went through a 12-year-old stand, completely, incinerated all of the little trees that were there. But when it went through our riparian areas that we had, that were the legacy structures we'd left under our forest management plan, they came out in varying degrees. But overall, there's some, positive aspects of resilience there that we observed and that will be able to stay on the landscape for the years, to come. Next steps in aquatic recreation are to work with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and local watershed councils on priority projects, looking for opportunistic wood placement as we conduct our post-fire salvaging operations, planting heavily burned areas and riparian areas where it's feasible, and then also potentially decommissioning roads along streams. Shifting now into our terrestrial strategies. During the recovery operations, our terrestrial strategies are going to align with the current threatened and endangered species policies and will take into consideration roadside and public safety objectives. Our strategy is to continue implementing our forest management plan and retain key structural components such as green trees, snags, and down wood during post-fire harvest operations where possible. Where possible, again, during these post-fire harvest operations, we're going to retain all the live trees where we can that's operational feasible, leave additional snags if green trees are not available to meet the forest management plan requirements for green trees, retain all supplemental down wood level, retain or supplement down wood levels, and leave trees and snags in a variety of configuration at each of the unit levels. On the ground specific strategies for each operation are being considered with a variety of resource specialists as well. Just a real quick touch point on northern spotted owls in particular. They don't have marbled murrelets on the North Cascade District. They do have spotted owls. There are 17 northern spotted owl provincial owl circles located partially on the state forest. 4 of these originate on state forest ownership themselves. 16 were impacted by the fire, but fortunately, over half of the area was unburned, and 12% only had low severity burns. So 62% of the acreage within those owl circles had either low or unburned areas in it, which is great. And then we did have a portion, 38% that suffered medium and high severity burn. Okay, shifting now to our harvesting overview. We're balancing post-fire harvests in the context of greatest permanent value, and striking that balance, as Liz mentioned earlier, can be sometimes difficult to do. Field staff are taking a collaborative and thoughtful approach, working with our full team of resource specialists and partner agencies to reestablish healthy working forests using a variety of methods to achieve environmental, social, and economic outcomes. As I mentioned in the terrestrial slide there, the goal is to preserve green forests wherever possible. So that's one of our primary focuses, is retaining the green trees we have. Restoring safe access to the forest for employees and the public is a goal, and reestablishing future stands more quickly in severely burned areas where natural seed sources are not available. Approaching our work to protect and maintain water quality, recover, reforest recreation areas. Oops, sorry, there we got hit my mouse. Apologize for that. My mouse pad. There we go. Apologize for that. Okay. So most of the post-fire harvesting will be prepared and sold in fiscal 21. There's some table here on the bottom. It gives some acreage ranges. We're learning things as we go. Everything isn't known all at the same time, but we expect within fiscal 21 that the operations will be towards the higher end of these ranges in acres and in volume, and be tapering off in fiscal 22 and 23. Still some uncertainty out there as to what the secondary mortality is going to be from effects of the fire that haven't been realized yet as additional trees die, and then potential secondary effects of beetles in particular that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. Now I'm going to show where we're going to be doing some harvesting within that map landscape design. I know that's of interest to several stakeholders. So looking at the map landscape design, talked through that a little bit earlier about the areas where we're intending to grow older forest structure and layered stand structures within that map landscape design. I mentioned previously that we have roughly 16,500 acres within that map landscape design. And then of that, we had 12,000 acres that were not burned. And we did have 3,900 acres that were burned within the map landscape design. So that what we're looking at for post-fire harvesting is only about 10% of what was burned within that map landscape design. So a little under 400 acres. And you've heard a variety of things around, needing to do more potentially or do less potentially. We're taking a really thoughtful approach and long-term look at how we consider this. There are many areas within this map landscape design that we're leaving because they're severely burned. They're very difficult to access. They had low value timber, low density of timber. We're doing aerial seeding in those areas and, focusing on other areas, particularly for post-fire harvesting, where we have large portions of the landscape that are severely burned. There aren't very many green trees around or none in the nearby proximity to promote natural regeneration. And we think that moving into there to reestablish healthy green forest while leaving very thoughtful legacy components within those stand structure targets is an effective way to approach the restoration of those areas. So look at about 2.5% of operations within that map landscape design. Just take a quick look here at how we're actually going about this approach on the ground. So what you're seeing here is an area that's being planned for harvest. The blue outline pattern is the ownership of the state forest's ownership there. The areas in the lighter shaded green are areas that are going to be partial harvested. The areas in the light shaded blue are areas that we're doing what we call our regeneration harvesting there. And then the hashier pattern is areas that are mapped within that landscape design to become older forest structures and layered stand structures. And you'll see some overlap in this area over here to the left. A very severely burned portion of the landscape. There's hardly any trees, if any, alive in this whole area. And that is an area we're planning to do harvesting in within the map landscape design, as an example. So a variety of approaches here. You can see to the north where you have a mosaic of a burn, still lots of green trees within that map landscape design. We're not planning on going in here and harvesting. In other areas, we're going to be harvesting. We're leaving all the green trees are staying. This gives you some example of how we're going about that, approaching it there. Going to take a little bit of just a quick deep dive in here into an individual unit to give you an idea what that looks like. Severely burned area does have some green trees in it. Those will be retained, and we're leaving stream buffers that exceed the riparian buffers in the forest management plan. These are dead trees now, but we're leaving our fish, buffers here like we would. Forest management plan does allow to operate, within those buffers if there's a need to do so to reestablish, mature conifer stands. We're taking a precautionary approach here and leaving these buffers on our fish streams and also all of our non-fish streams that are there, retaining all the live green trees, adding and supplementing snag and down wood components at each harvest unit level, and really keeping a focus on operator and employee safety as we conduct that work. So I'm going to turn it over now to Jason Cox, who's going to give you an overview of the public engagement process we had on the implementation plan revision. So Jason, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Chair Armisen, State Forest Authority, and members of the board. I'm Jason. Apologies. Let's try that again. Good afternoon, Chair Armisen, State Forest Authority, members of the board. My name is Jason Cox, a public affairs specialist. Sorry. Sure. I think that does it. Great. Thank you very much, and apologize for that. We'll try that again. Good afternoon, Chair Imison, State Forest Authority, and members of the board. My name is Jason Cox. I'm a public affairs specialist for the Oregon Department of Forestry. You've heard a lot today about how Oregon's forests have been affected in the fires, and I also want to acknowledge the loss and suffering that communities in the Santiam Canyon saw and still face today, and which highlights the importance of reaching out and engaging the public on what people want to see and how ODF should get the job done. And so with that in mind, I'm going to outline our public process and give a high-level overview of the comments we received on the revision to the implementation plan. In terms of our outreach, a major modification to a district's implementation plan requires a 30-day public comment period. By stakeholder request, that comment period was extended until January 4th to allow more opportunity for review and comment. As we finalize our operations plans, we'll be providing a 15-day comment period for the sales in fiscal year 21, most likely starting by the end of next week. So that'll provide another chance for people to get a closer look at some of the activities we're proposing there. In addition, we held a virtual public forum met with the State Forest Advisory Committee, as well as the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, and consulted with partner agencies such as ODF-DEQ and DEQ, and you'll be hearing from them in a few minutes. During the comment period, we received 1,155 written comments, 1,091 from organizational email campaigns. The bulk comments focused on post-fire harvest, and that's what I intend to focus on today with the time that we have. I will say, though, that recreation and public access, fire prevention, and general forest management were other common topics of interest. We also heard from a broad cross-section of organizations that you can see there on your screen. It includes conservation, industry, recreation interests, as well as partner agencies. And it was great to see that engagement. On the topic of post-fire logging, comments and support, some of the themes we heard included capturing value from burned logs to support the restoration and provide revenue to rural communities. Referencing, as Commissioner Yamamoto did earlier, how the state of Oregon led the restoration of the Tillamook burn into the Tillamook State Forest, that the proposed fire target, post-fire level targets are too low and that the agency should harvest more, and regarding carbon retention in wood products and absorption from young trees. Now, carbon and water quality and fire risks were commonly cited reasons to move forward with post-fire logging, yet others provided similar reasons in opposition to the proposed levels of post-fire logging or any level of post-fire logging. And some of those concerns that we heard were that active reforestation could hinder development of early seral complex forests, potential harvests within northern spotted owl circles burned in the fires, lost potential for carbon retention in burned forests, and logging in burned older layered forest areas. And as I referenced earlier, there was a crossover of reasons that people talked about, both in support of and concerns with the proposed levels of post-fire logging. Other related comments, we saw strong disagreement between environmental and industry groups as to how or if elements of the draft habitat conservation plan should be incorporated into the implementation plan. And on riparian buffers, we heard feedback both to exceed the minimum buffers under the forest management plan, as well as allowing site-specific flexibility to go below those minimums. So we greatly appreciate the time that members of the public, our stakeholders, and our sister agencies put into reviewing the plan, and it was informative to better understand where they'd like to see more detail. Today, we've had the opportunity also to hear from our county partners. As a result, we've added more than a dozen new sections and subsections to the implementation plan. This ranges from topics like climate change and fire mitigation to more details on our riparian and leaf tree strategies. We also added more detail on anticipated acreage ranges for not only timber harvest, but on where the division envisions active replanting and aerial seeding, as well as natural regeneration to meet our reforestation obligations. For more information, you can read all of the comments and see a lot of valuable information on our Santiam State Forest recovery page. That includes an interactive map that shows items such as burn severity, the fire footprint, and where proposed operations will be taking place. And with that, I will hand this off to Ramona, our young sand silvicultural specialist.
Thank you, Jason. Good afternoon, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. For the record, I am Ramona Arechiga and have been asked to lead the Santiam State Forest Restoration Plan team. Ron provided a detailed update on fire impacts and work to date. I would like to briefly share how our phased approach provides the foundation for developing a science-based restoration plan. In phase one, we conducted a rapid assessment providing critical data on resource impacts that enable us to focus in on areas that sustained the most damage. In phase two, we provided a short-term recovery strategy through the revised implementation plan. This effort gave the public a venue to share their concerns and identify their priorities for current and future recovery efforts. With the first two phases complete, we are just now developing the restoration approach in earnest, and will use and refine the data collected during phase one and integrate the research needs identified through the revised IP process to build a long-term restoration strategy. Using the best available science, we plan to include a monitoring program and an adaptive management framework to track our progress meeting restoration objectives. Next slide. Our framework for the restoration plan is greatest permanent value. I want to briefly take a moment to identify some of the goals around each of those aspects. Within the social aspect, we want to manage within the wildland-urban interface. We want to restore and improve access. We want to identify recreation opportunities for future master planning efforts and support rural job opportunities, which segues into economic. We want to consider how restoration and recovery activities impact financial support for fire-affected communities and counties, and expedite recovery of working forests. Our environmental focus will be to restore healthy, functioning ecosystems and processes. We plan to develop prioritization matrices that support restoration funding for activities that will enhance and restore Endangered Species Act listed wildlife and their habitats, restore watershed health, including water quantity, quality, aquatic habitats. We want to focus on restoring riparian function, and we want to consider diversity of habitats and species within the working forest context and across our Santiam state lands. This work will be grounded in the strategies laid out in the 2021 State Agency Climate Change Adaptation Framework and integrated into our restoration plan. Next slide. In early February, I began the process of developing a restoration plan by defining our approach in a project charter. That document should be finalized later this week. We identified a team of ODF specialists and are currently moving into active research phase by refining objectives to be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound, and intend to build our restoration plan around those key objectives. From the specific objectives, we can identify metrics to evaluate our progress and build an adaptive management strategy to reflect restoration objectives. Our approach will integrate our lands as part of the larger regional landscape, but we want to ensure resilient working forests at all scales. We intend to finish our plan by the end of July. However, monitoring will likely start before that, and implementation will likely begin sometime late summer or early fall. Next slide, please. We are currently identifying an engagement strategy with our various agencies, partners, sister agencies, governments, regional partners, and organizations to ensure ODF lands are restored in the full context of greatest permanent value. With our own research and in collaboration with our partners, we plan to include the list of topics identified on this slide through the implementation plan revision process. And with that, I'm happy to turn this back over to Liz. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ramona and Ron and Jason. That concludes our presentation. So we have a couple options here. One is we can do a question and answer with the Board of Forestry, or we could have our sister agencies, ODF-DEQ and DEQ, have a couple minutes to address the board, and then we can go to question and answer.
Yes, let's have the other agencies.
Okay.
And then we'll have time for Q&A. And then remember we have another, we'll have a panel.
And then we have the panel comments after that. So we'll go to ODF-DEQ and DEQ. So Hillary's working on that, Doug and Jennifer. Looks like Jennifer's right there. Oh, so is Doug.
Oh my, Jennifer, you want to go first? Go right ahead.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Good afternoon, Chair Imison and State Forester Doherty and board members. Nice to see you again this afternoon. So I also just want to express my thanks to Liz and the State Forest team for having us contribute to your presentation this afternoon and talk a little bit about how we've been engaged with the State Forest team as they've been working on the Santiam recovery and planning for post-fire actions. I just want to start by saying that over time, DEQ has had periodic interactions, and sometimes those have been ad hoc in nature, and sometimes those have been under more structured work efforts with ODF State Forest Program. In some cases, those are prompted by DEQ's needs and our own efforts related to water quality, and there's a state forest connection. And sometimes those have been where ODF has had their own efforts underway and identifies a water quality or an aquatic ecosystems nexus that's appropriate to engage with us. Most recently, in more of a structured type of approach, we've been an active participant in the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan, serving at our staff level on the scoping team and also on the steering committee. I'm currently DEQ's representative there. Leah Feldon, our deputy director, has also been a participant in that. And I actually am going to pause because I just realized I neglected to introduce myself at the outset. So sorry about that. Obviously, I'm from DEQ. My name is Jennifer Weigel, and I am the interim deputy director here at DEQ. Apologies for that lapse. So as we've noted, we've been involved in the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan, where we've provided, particularly on the scoping team, input on things like hydrology, water quality, and habitat for aquatic and amphibious species of concern, and been working, with ODF, with ODF-DEQ and the federal fisheries agencies on that input. And in that experience, we found that our comments and suggestions in that input have been thoughtfully considered and in large part are being used. And this recent experience that we've had has provided a grounding for DEQ's feedback into the Santiam Forest Recovery Plan. ODF reached out to us and around their plans to have comments and encouraged us to provide those input, which we did do in December. We provided those inputs on revisions to the Santiam Forest Implementation Plan to address post-fire management in Santiam State Forest. In those comments, we included some of our concerns about retaining ecologically valuable live and dead trees and minimizing any additional disturbance effects on water quality and aquatic systems. As part of our ongoing discussions with state forest staff, we do understand that ODF is addressing these and other comments that we've provided, and that we understand that the next iteration of the plan is going to include implementation of the riparian conservation areas contained in the draft HCP immediately in fire affected areas. We recognize that the HCP continues to be in draft form, but we do appreciate ODF's efforts to include that concept and that approach in their implementation plan. Other things we understand that they will be doing that relate to comments that we submitted are leaving green trees during operations in the burned areas. And we also, in some of our ongoing conversations, understand that there's a request, and we're happy to agree to continue to consult and provide input to ODF about the specifics of their efforts around post-fire management. And so we look forward to those additional conversations with the state forest team about how we can best provide that input and or review of additional products that they're pulling together to implement this part of their plan. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. And then I think Doug, I can probably just hand it over to you.
Great, thank you.
Jennifer. Chair Armisen, State Forest Authority, members of the board. Just for the record, my name is Doug Cottom. I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. ODF-DEQ has had a long history of working collaboratively with our sister state agencies, especially the natural resource agencies that manage habitat for which our fish and wildlife species totally depend. It's our responsibility to provide the Department of Forestry on the needs of these species and the potential impacts of forest activities so that we can find a balance between the habitat requirements of these species, and the goals of the managed forests. After all, one of the goals of the state's wildlife policy is to regulate wildlife populations and the public enjoyment of wildlife in a manner that is compatible with the primary uses of the lands and the waters of this state. Our field and headquarters staff provide regular input on state forest programs such as the forest management plans, implementation plans, annual operations plans, as well as on-the-ground discussions and consultation on state fish and wildlife listed species and other priority species. I can confidently tell you that we have a strong working relationship with the Department of Forestry on all levels and within all programs. Currently, one of our priority work items with the department is on the draft HCP for Western Oregon State Forest lands. I'm on the steering committee. Rod Kramer, our forest program coordinator and wildlife biologist, is on the scoping team, as well as Julie Furman, who is our fish biologist representing the scoping team. Rod and Julia put an awful lot of work into the work on the draft HCP, and we do appreciate being a part of that process. You know, their input has been primarily on habitat needs for the covered fish and wildlife species, silvicultural prescriptions, and forest management activities, especially within the lands that are being identified with a conservation emphasis, such as those habitat conservation areas and the riparian conservation areas. Related to all the work that we're doing on the HCP, we provided written comments on the Santiam State Forest Implementation Plan in early January. As you all know, that September wildfires that swept across Western Oregon dramatically impacted federal, private, state forests, including the Santiam State Forest, but also the fish and wildlife that inhabit those lands. These fires affected stands identified for complex older forest habitats in the current FMP, as well as some of the areas proposed as HCAs in the draft Habitat Conservation Plan. After our written comments on the draft implementation plan were submitted in January, some of our fish and wildlife field staff, as well as Rod Kramer and our watershed managers, toured the Santiam with the ODF staff, and they discussed timber salvage and harvest within the draft habitat conservation areas of the HCP. You know, as you know, the post-fire salvage logging is often conducted to recover economic value in that dead and damaged trees, but it can also have a significant influence on the fish and wildlife habitats. As a result of those on-ground discussions with ODF, our staff was generally comfortable with the proposed salvage plans. In addition, ODF has incorporated a lot of our written comments in the final implementation plan revision, including substantial details and many new sections and subsections that provided additional information and provided more clarity on what is planned over the next 2 years. We have recommended retaining as much as the structural and compositional legacy, such as remnant old growth, residual live trees, snags, and down woods as possible, especially in those land management classifications that have been primarily intended for to maintain fish and wildlife habitats for T&E species in those riparian management areas and in the habitat conservation areas, riparian conservation areas, and so on. We do support the activities in the proposed HCAs and the RCAs that are going to speed up the development of habitat that meets the needs of the species covered under the draft HCP. In closing, ODFW is supportive of creating a shared vision for these Oregon state forests and designing and implementing plans to restore healthy forests and resilient forest ecosystems in the context of the greatest permanent value. We recognize the immediate problems facing management of the Santiam State Forest following the wildfires, and we're committed to assisting ODF as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have two panels that we're going to ask to appear. We really appreciate folks coordinating these. The first is Rebecca White. We'll coordinate one panel, and the second is Seth Barnes with another panel. And we've allocated 15 minutes for each of those panels, and we appreciate your help in helping us manage that time. Thank you so much. So we'd go to Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair Imus and members of the board. Thank you for offering an opportunity for testimony today. And thank you to Hillary for all the work organizing all of us. My name is Rebecca White. I'm with Cascadia Wildlands, and we will have 2 items of testimony today on behalf of the conservation groups. First up, we'll have Noah McKell, legal extern with Cascadia Wildlands. And following him will be Nick Cady, who is Cascadia Wildlands legal director. And I'll pass it to Noah.
Great, thank you, Rebecca. Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. My name is Noah Michael, and I am a student law clerk for Cascadia Wildlands. Thank you all for your time today and for allowing us to address some of the issues we have found with the revised implementation plan. My goal is to explain why the revised implementation plan falls short of this board's and the Department of Forestry's own goals, and in turn would violate Oregon law if the plan were to move forward. For several reasons, the revised implementation plan is inconsistent with existing policies and Oregon law that requires the department to secure the greatest permanent value for Oregon forest lands. This legal obligation to secure the greatest permanent value is found in the Oregon statute and fleshed out through administrative rules. The rule defining greatest permanent value is multifaceted. It includes provisions requiring the state forester to protect soil, air, and water, protect and maintain wildlife habitats, and implement management practices that integrate and achieve a variety of forest resource management goals. Additionally, the rule requires the state forester to achieve site-specific goals over time, as set forth in the Forest Management Plan. This board approved such a forest management plan in 2010, and in doing so, determined that the balance achieved in that plan between timber harvest, habitat conservation, and water protection secured the greatest permanent value for Oregonians. The state forester is required to implement the forest management plan through smaller scale implementation plans. These plans must be consistent with the forest management plan, and tying that together is why we're here today. The Department of Forestry is attempting to revise the implementation plan enacted in 2012 in response to the September 2020 wildfires. As I know we are all familiar, these fires had an incredible impact on Oregonians, including burning in approximately 24,000 acres of the Santiam State Forest. And as we've heard today, these fires had a devastating effect on these local communities in and around the Santiam State Forest. But that alone is not a justification for the salvage logging prescriptions found in the revised implementation plan. Forest management must be based on the best available science regarding post-fire recovery. So for the sake of our communities and Oregon citizens, that requires a thorough examination of the decision-making during these restoration efforts. Regeneration harvest, even a logging prescription that leaves a substantial amount of green trees or snags, simply has no biological justification in these burned areas. The mosaic burn pattern consisted of unburned, moderately burned, and severely burned areas, each of which the department addressed in the draft revision released in November 2020. The department is revising its implementation plan because in the wake of these fires, it is seeking to roughly triple the logging volume output on the Santiam this year and return to levels contemplated under the 2012 implementation plan in the following years. This logging pulse has impacts beyond what is allowed and beyond what is contemplated by this board in the forest management plan and the balance this board struck. Much like the varied impacts of fire, the Santiam State Forest is itself diverse. Some stands younger and some older, some more open and some with more dense canopy. And critically important to why we are here today, areas proposed for regeneration harvest in the revised implementation plan are the areas that were designated by this board as either layered or older forest structure. And pursuant to the forest management plan, this is not permitted. Complex forest structures, which include both layered and older forest structure stands, are official designations under the FMP. Designations that indicate qualitative and quantitative objectives as set out in the forest management plan for those stands to develop into older, complex forest. Layered stands have extensive layering of herbs, shrubs, and tree crowns. Vertical structure is more complex than plantations. Shrubs or herbs are present, and tree canopies have 2 or more levels. Trees of 18 inches at diameter at breast height or larger, and 100 feet or more in height are predominant in the overstory. Older forest structure stands emulate all the processes and functions of very old forests, and critical components of these forests are age and physical structure. Common to each designation is the element of time. These stands are designated as such in a long-term effort to allow forest structure maturity as required by the FMP. Setting aside a small percentage of Oregon's state forests to allow time for it to mature is a legally necessary component of securing the greatest permanent value of Oregon forests. Another element of complexity is the physical component of the designated stand. Downed wood and debris on the forest floor, as well as standing snags, are some prominent habitat features. Downed wood is an integral feature of complex forests, providing habitat for wildlife and a biological legacy following catastrophic forest events. Similarly, standing snags provide habitat and promote biodiversity. Removal of these structures from a complex forest following a fire is not a scientifically sound strategy to achieve the long-term complexity targets in the FMP. While the department proposes a multifaceted approach to managing the Santiam State Forest overall in response to post-fire conditions, the glaring error is in the regeneration harvest areas designated for complex forest and areas with the most progress in achieving layered and old forest structure features. To harvest these complex stands in the way the revised plan prescribes is counterintuitive and inconsistent with the law. Pursuant to the FMP, regeneration harvest is only allowed in these complex designations if the stands have poor potential for growth or development of layered or older forest structure types. The opposite is true here. The remaining green trees have been given room to grow, and these surviving trees will compose a dominant overstory canopy over newly developing early seral habitat and a developing understory. These are ideal conditions for the development of complex forest. The department does not even attempt to argue in the revised implementation plan that regeneration harvest in these complex areas is needed in some capacity. This argument is not found in the plan because there is simply no biological or scientific justification for those harvest prescriptions. The fire itself was already a factor in advancing the complexity of these forest stands, and the revised implementation plan does not consider this key feature with its prescriptions. Given that a key feature of complexity is the age of the forest stand itself, obviously to clear cut those swaths of forest is to hit the reset button. The best science tells us that post-fire forests have immense ecological value for wildlife. We also know that wildfire is a natural process and leaves behind a variety of critical features for forest health, including those snags and downwood debris. Those features are actually contemplated by the FMP itself as features of complex forest. So not only does post-fire logging remove those ecological habitat values, but it actively degrades the forest across multiple forest health indicators, including soil health, water quality, and forest recovery, all of which are contemplated by the administrative rules that define greatest permanent value. To employ regenerative harvest as the salvage logging of choice in this type of forest would be resetting the features these complex forest stands have developed over time. From the legal standpoint, harvesting complex areas in that way would also be plainly contrary to the department's own management objectives, the forest management plans, and therefore inconsistent with Oregon's administrative rules. Because of this greatest permanent value rule and its implications on forest management goals, this revised implementation plan would violate Oregon law if enacted. Thank you for your time and attention, and with that, I'd like to hand it off to Cascadia Wildlands Legal Director, Nick Cady.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Chair Emerson, board members, State Forester Doherty. My name is Nick Cady. I'm the legal director of Cascadia Wildlands. I wanted to first off commend Noah on that amazing presentation. He is, you might remember him from the Coho resource site petition that he presented in front of the board a year or two ago, but he's graduating law school this year from the University of Oregon School of Law, and I'll shamelessly pitch that he's looking for a job, and he's an incredible environmental attorney. So toss that out there. I wanted to thank Ron and Jason for the presentation on the implementation plan revision. It was great and thorough. And I also wanted to thank DEQ and ODF-DEQ for your comments on this process. It was good to see the interagency collaboration. Your comments were excellent. Cascadia Wildlands, Wild Salmon Center, Corvallis and Salem chapters of the Audubon Society, the Center for Biological Diversity, and Benton Forest Coalition and Oregon Wild, we sent notice to this board and the department on the material just covered by Mr. McKell, and essentially articulated these are grounds for a lawsuit against the department, and that we are working on moving that forward right now. And the reason why I'm telling you this and we are showing our hand to an extent is not because we are required to, as we would be required to under federal law. We are doing this in kind of a good faith effort to arrive at a compromise with the department so that some of this logging can move forward. We realize there are economic goals here, but that the ecological goals in the forest management plan are also respected. We've had a meeting with the department last week. It was a very productive conversation along these same lines, and those discussions are ongoing. But to get to the kind of meat here, we have two main areas of concern, or really kind of two requests, and these are along the same requests that were just reiterated by DEQ and ODF-DEQ as well. We want the department to drop plans to log in these designated complex forest areas. And I think as the department said in their presentation, we're only talking about 398 acres here. So it's relatively small percentage of acreage in the grand scheme of things. And as Noah covered, this is not only illegal, it's also just scientifically unjustifiable. And second, we want the department to drop logging in the areas that will be designated habitat conservation areas under the new HCP. These would be kind of the new reserves under the forest moving forward. From a conservation group perspective, and I think as echoed by ODF-DEQ there as well, it doesn't seem like good faith to, I think scoping on the HCP opens later this month, to log the reserve areas right before the plan takes effect. Now we understand that the development and the revision of implementation plans is under the authority of the state forester and is generally not approved by the board. However, the state forester operates under the authority and at the direction of this board. And under OAR 629-0-5-0010, to achieve the greatest permanent value, which is compliance with the forest management plan, the board may direct the state forester to forego the sale of forest products on lands for other purposes, including protecting fish and wildlife habitat, protecting water, protecting soil. And so it's within this board's authority to direct these changes now to prevent these future violations of the forest management plan. Thank you. That's all that our panel has, and I'd open it up for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. And we'll move to the second panel. And after that, we'll have a chance, the board will have a chance to ask any questions they want to have, unless there are clarifying questions that anybody has at this moment. So Seth Barnes, we'll turn to you to coordinate this panel.
You bet. I'm not sure if you guys are seeing my presentation or not. Can you confirm that you're seeing the presentation?
We see a presentation with your name on it, so I would think that's the one.
Okay. All right. State Forester Doherty, Chair Imeson, members of the board, for the record, my name is Seth Barnes, and I work for OFIC. I'm here to discuss the topic in front of us. We were told just yesterday to form this panel, so apologies for anything that might look quickly assembled. So let's just get right into it. There are groups that don't fit within, the sort of the industry and the environmental group. And so for that reason, I reached out to Senator Fred Girod, and I'm grateful that he was able to join. I've left some time. We'll abdicate some of our time for the industry for his comments. First, I want to set the stage here. These fires devastated the landscape, as you've heard this morning. We're not talking about going out there and improving something that's in a good condition. We're talking about restoring a landscape that has just been devastated. If you haven't driven up any of these canyons, up the Santiam or down south, then you really haven't seen it. It's breathtaking. You can't even, for people who are familiar going in those canyons, it doesn't even look like you're in the same place. I wanted to take a moment quickly to go through what are the purpose of these lands. These lands were deeded by the counties to the state. You know all of this. They're supposed to be managed for the benefit of these county beneficiaries. In fact, all of these acres are supposed to be managed. These are not wilderness areas. They're not parks or research forests. They have a certain purpose, and I encourage you to remember that. There's a lot of science. I'm just going to highlight a few pieces here that are important. And there is science behind sort of these post-fire treatments. This one points to the reason to reduce fuel loads moving forward. That's a good reason to conduct those management. This one speaks to carbon sequestration. Without forest management, the United States of America is going to see continued declines in forest regrowth, and largely because of fires. Most of these understocked lands are on federal lands, but if we start talking about our state forests in this capacity, it's a big deal. And we could see a jump of carbon of approximately 20% if more of these understocked timberlands were better stocked, again, primarily on federal land. Most of that comes from fire, as you can see in this study here. And again, I'm just highlighting a few studies. If we're trying to get complex forests after fire, then careful timber salvage can be a very useful tool to accelerate complex forests. These are forests that were burned. And so with regards to these DFC complex areas, if we're trying to get those back, then absolutely timber salvage and resetting that clock and getting those trees in the ground helps you achieve those goals. But you have to move quickly as that cost-effective salvage window closes quickly. I wanted to put this in there because this is important as you think about these things for the board. What does the public think? Well, just this last summer, DHM Research did a look at this, and this was prior to the Labor Day fires. And I'll just highlight a few of the responses here, but overwhelmingly, you're going to see that the public supports this type of activity. These are good reasons for actively managing federal forests in this case, but I think all of this pertains very well to the topic at hand. The public doesn't think we should wait 100 years or more for these lands to be restored naturally. They think they should be restored more quickly. The public agreed that prompt removal of some of the dead trees gets rid of a lot of the risk for severe future fires. 67% agreed that that's a good reason, a very good reason for actively managing forests. And then again, doing everything we can to restore these forests. And lastly, the public understands that you only have a couple of years to do this work, and that harvesting these trees promptly is a good reason to support local government services, generate revenue, and get these lands back to production. So I'll just close, and this picture, in my mind, could be titled Hope. These are the landscapes. This is a picture of the Santiam Canyon on private land. In the background, you can see the trees in the riparian area that remain standing there, the dead trees. And within the area we were able to recover, those lands are going to be full of green trees in the coming years. And that's what the state forest should be looking forward to. And with that, I'll close and allow time for the other panelists.
Okay, yeah, we have 10 minutes remaining. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if you can see me. I don't know exactly what you guys are seeing on your screen. Let me see if I can play this.
We see a Santiam State Forest Post-Fire Restoration, Amanda Astor.
Okay. Well, for some reason, I can't get it to look at my presentation mode, or my full screen, but that's okay. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present on the Santiam State Forest post-fire restoration needs. My name is Amanda Astor. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm the Forest Policy Manager at Associated Oregon Loggers. I participate on the SFAC and Committee for Family Forest Lands, although I am not representing them today. I may not have a law degree, but I am well versed in Oregon's environmental laws and have degrees in forest biology and management and in forest carbon science. I started my career working in the woods, marking and cruising trees, creating statistically significant cruise plans, developing timber sale contracts, and participating on interdisciplinary teams for management projects. I submitted extensive written comments on the North Cascade District Implementation Plan revision and would urge you to read those if you have further questions after this presentation. First, I want to say AOL echoes many, if not all, of the sentiments shared by the FTLAC members that presented today, and I'm going to add an additional broader context to this conversation. Over 500,000 acres burned on public lands in total in Oregon, and at most 2.1% of these lands have been proposed for post-fire restoration. Now let that sink in, only 2.1%. As you can see in this table, the Santiam State Forest is at most harvesting on about, or if not less than 23% of the moderate to high severity burned acres in the forest. As Commissioner Yamamoto mentioned, ODF is on track and in a much better place than their federal partners. And as heard from Mr. Barnes, the public is in favor of this restoration work. Survey results even indicated that the public was unaware of the lack of salvage and restoration that occurred on many of our federal lands. We should be regreening our forests and regenerating forest stands after fires. The ability to remove standing dead and decaying timber will not only contribute to high fuel loads and greater carbon sources in the future, but may also complicate ODF's ability to reforest these areas safely and effectively. And I want to really highlight that because it's AOL's members that are out there doing this work, and safety is key. And leaving these trees on the landscape does provide many hazards. And you can see submitted documents for the source on that information. Furthermore, research presented by Mr. Barnes, completed by the Forest Service's Northern Research Station, shows that young trees can pull out of the atmosphere, can pull carbon out of the atmosphere, at an exceptional rate, which enhances carbon sequestration and restores the forest's role as carbon sinks. When trees are not reforested or trees are not harvested after fires and reforestation does not occur, research shows that forests often becomes carbon sources rather than sinks. Taking common sense and climate-friendly actions like removing dead trees from our public lands to reduce future safety and fire risks, processing that wood at local mills to create jobs and lumber to rebuild our communities, and replanting our public lands to avoid fire-caused deforestation and enhance carbon sequestration are all steps in the right direction. I'm going to skip that slide to move forward. In closing, I would like to point out that AOL's members are already out on private lands helping in these efforts. The importance of keeping our small businesses moving forward is critical. Many of AOL's members were out on the front lines with ODF staff and contribute often undervalued in-kind contributions every year to the firefighting efforts of the state. As the members of these communities seek to rebuild their lands, please keep these small family-owned businesses in your hearts and minds. Many of AOL's forest contracting members live and work in these communities and have been personally impacted by the fires too. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes remaining.
Test.
Yep.
Test.
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Rob Ferris with Ferris Lumber Company in the Santiam Canyon. Our family had 7,500 acres burned, containing 76 million board feet. We began salvaging operations in September. We expect to salvage all of our burned timber in 2021. We've planted 220,000 seedlings this winter and will double that number shortly. We purchased 5.3 million seedlings when the fire was still burning, and we will meet our statutory reforestation obligation. If a small company like ours can treat 7,500 acres in 15 months, why can't the Department of Forestry? The department sold 2 sales in the Santiam, which the high bidders will pay about $10 million to the Treasury. The department must not waste such a valuable resource. The draft plan proposes to treat about 10% of the acres burned. This is wholly inaccurate. We're salvaging young small trees making 2x3s for packaging. It's a low value product that allows us to clear the land for reforestation. We'd like to be part of the solution to the Santiam forest restoration and offer to save the state the cost of cutting, yarding, piling, and burning these small trees to meet their statutory reforestation requirement. If the Department of Forestry won't salvage nearly all the acres burned, titles to the land should be returned to the counties. This summer's fires show why the Department of Forestry should abandon the HCP process and remove more fuel from Department of Forestry lands to protect lives and property. Given the Lynn County lawsuit verdict, the Department of Forestry must narrow the definition of the greatest permanent value to meet their contractual obligations to the county. Thank you for the opportunity to present this today.
And thank you for presenting. And we have another 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Imerson and State Forester Doherty. My name is State Senator Fred Gerard. I represent basically the whole fire region. I have rural Clackamas, Lynn, and Marion County, and I was born and raised in the Santiam Canyon. I just want to tell you a little bit about where I grew up. I grew up in Staten. The hospital wouldn't be there if it wasn't for timber money. Regis High School wouldn't be there if it wasn't for timber money. The library wouldn't be there if it wasn't for timber money. The hospital or the golf course probably wouldn't be there if it wasn't for timber money. My life would be gone because I would have died because I went into anaphylactic shock and would not have made it to Salem. So timber money really is extremely important in these communities. I can't stress that enough. Now, most of you know that I went to school on the East Coast. I could have gone anywhere to live and made a heck of a lot more than I did here. But I lived here because I loved the environment. I had flying squirrels in my bird feeders. I had what you'd call Washington lilies. I had trilliums, orchids, you name it, in my yard. I love it. And I consider myself very much an environmentalist. But my whole life changed because what I blame to be poor forest management. I lost my house. I lost the communities in Detroit, Idana, and a good share of Mill City, which are extremely important to me and I grew up around. And to say that I'm a little bit upset about it is an understatement. And this board is considering all these different small factors, but the one you are leaving out is the people that had their homes destroyed and what they think. And I think very loud and clear, they want to make it so that it's safe from fire. And you are just setting a stage for a secondary fire by not harvesting this timber. And I feel it's very, very important from an economic perspective and from a safety perspective to harvest as much as you can. When you're only looking at harvesting 2,600 acres out of 24,000 and you're threatened by a lawsuit and people are making statements that fire is natural and to take it from there, I'm sorry, I take exception to that. And this board, I think it is extremely important. You look at the human factor. That's what's lacking in all this. Look at the economic human factor that's happened in the valley since we started mismanaging the forest. I can tell you that education in most of these areas has dropped dramatically. Mill City ran a survey and found out that their average income up there is 60% what somebody makes up in Portland. So for God's sakes, economically, we need some stability up there, and the people need stability if they're going to rebuild from fire. So that's very important, and your job is important, but don't shortchange the people that live up there because it is absolutely unfair. And if you want to talk to me, my phone's always open. And trust me when I say that I am not happy with what happened up there. And we have to have better forest management. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, Liz, did you have any final comments? What I'd like to do is see if board members have any comments or questions. I see Joe has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to really appreciate Senator Gerard's comments and the commissioners that talked earlier, especially we often hear from Commissioner Yamamoto and Commissioner Sweet. Appreciate their comments. Also, it's really important for me as a board member to hear those local commissioners as to what happened in that area. Unfortunately, I have some direct experience with salvage logging and living in Eastern Oregon. Large salvage logging is an incredible undertaking. Creates tremendous stress and demands upon the organizations that are having to employ it. And I just want to commend Liz and team for the great work that they're doing to implement this and all the great work they're doing. I do have a couple of questions. For Liz, the range of salvage operations on basically regeneration salvage operations was pretty large range that you gave in your table, and it was alluded to that potentially additional beetle kill, additional things that may happen may impact those numbers. I know firsthand that trying to predict that can be very difficult. that often the long-term mortality of trees post-fire, even in areas that can often appear to be fairly moderate or low intensity, can actually be impacted very dramatically by beetles. So could you just give me a little bit more understanding of how those acres may move depending on the mortality that you may see in future years, Liz?
Sure. Well, I'll take a stab at that and then turn it over to Ron. But I think you sort of hit the nail on the head there, Joe, which is the reason the range is so big is because we are still learning more as we get out on the ground, both in terms of where those operational boundaries make the most sense. That's going to be an overlay, if you will, on the burn severity, and then still doing appraisals. And so that's, still doing cruises in some of those areas. So both the acres and the volume that we think would come out of that. And then for next year, that's exactly right. Some uncertainty around additional mortality. So we're leaving those, that's why we characterize those in larger ranges. But Ron, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, sure, Liz. I think you hit a lot of the high points there. Joe, as we went and approached this, it was a prioritization scheme, and I'm sure you can relate to that. There's been an impact of the forest. There's some things that are knowns. There's some things we know we have access to that have value, that have planning certainty. And that's how we prioritized looking into 21. And as we tiered down into 22 and 23, they get more complicated, either because of low value, difficult access, much more policy considerations. Some of the things we've heard today around desired future condition about wildlife habitats, certainly taking all those into consideration. And where we have this mosaic burn in a lot of those places, we've sort of scaled back that those aren't our priorities. So we're going to be looking more closely as we go forward, there. So we are going to be near at the high end of the range for fiscal 21 and into the early part of 22. So we've got operations that are being planned right now that are somewhere in the 2,300 acre range. And granted, it's compared to the whole, it may seem relatively small, but there's a lot of factors there with the amount of young stands that we had burned, particularly the stands that were less than 35 years old. And then other areas in that, Sardine Creek drainage that are just steep, rocky ground that don't have roads. There's sort of a carbon smart approach there. How much are we willing to expend relative to road access, construction, high cost logging for low utility or recovery of trees there. So it's again, Liz said, it's a learn as we go, but there's a variety of factors that influence how we've gotten to where we are. So I don't know if that helps.
I mean, I'll just put my forester hat on for a second for seeing this happening. And the impact of beetles in large scale fires like this could be very material. And so I certainly hope that is part, and it sounds like it is part of what we'll be looking at to potentially may have a very big effect on what could be happening with these stands long term. So that'll be a question that I will be asking in the future. I'll be curious to see if we see any large beetle impact on these in these stands.
Sure. And just as we're adapting, to the outcomes of this fire, as we go forward, we have to be adaptive as well. We've tried to frame up as best we know so that the public can get a clear understanding of what we think we're going to do. And if things change, we'll have to adapt our plans accordingly.
Thanks, Ron. I appreciate it.
Okay, Jim and then Brenda.
Okay, just wanted to comment on, it seems like, we certainly have stakeholders on both sides who have commented verbally and in written form and have really done their homework. But I'm struck by the number of people on both sides, conservation and industry, who don't have the basic facts right. And a lot of confusions between this fire perimeter acreage and the actual burned acreage, and then actually what at the levels of severity and what was actually with the potential amount of land that was actually harvested after fire. And I know it's really a struggle, but it just makes me wonder whether we could have done a better job in terms of really clearly communicating those simple facts that people are so interested in. In other words, what actually burned, And I know we had this information, but obviously it wasn't getting through to a lot of people. What actually burned, at what level severities, what amount of land could potentially be harvested, and what percentage of that are we actually doing? And so you've got people on one end thinking that we're harvesting 10% of what we could, which is wildly inaccurate. And I think we have people on the other side of it feeling similarly that what we're doing is unreasonable. So just laying that out.
Okay, and Brenda?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. And before I begin, I just want to thank Ron and Liz for a really excellent presentation. Really covered everything well. The panel I thought was informative. It provided kind of a point counterpoint view of the situation. So I appreciated that. And I recognize that what is being proposed in the IP is a state forester decision, not a board decision. And I'm not opposed to salvage logging if it can be done in a way that does not degrade the integrity of the forest to provide all of the aspects of greatest permanent value. I think that is the key here is the greatest permanent value piece. But with that said, I have to say that I was surprised and disappointed that the state forester approved this implementation plan. I found it to be written in a very vague way so that accountability to me would seem to be an issue. There are phrases such as where we can or where it's possible or when we can, which means that there's a lot of flexibility here, but there's also a problem with accountability. The other is these actions are being proposed, but there is no no scientific basis for the actions that are being proposed. There are no citations, there are no references, there's no evidence that the best available science is being used to promote these the proposed actions. And then finally, I just want to say there are a couple of things that I think are written in the IP that I now hear are different. And I have had a discussion with Ron and Liz about some of this. I also heard from Jennifer earlier from DEQ that the riparian buffers will now be consistent with the proposed HCP, which I think is a good idea, but I don't think that's what's written in the final draft of the IP. And then also, it's the final draft of the IP, I think, says harvest can go up to 240 acres, but in prior discussions, I thought there was some agreement that it would be limited to 120 acres. So there are some inconsistencies between what I'm hearing and what's in the written document, and what's written is important. So all of those things lead me to really question whether approving this plan was a wise decision. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, folks? All right. Thanks, everybody, for your participation. We will now move to agenda item 7.
Chair Imeson, if you allow me just one more comment.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was looking over for.
Sorry, which is just to say thank you for your service. It's been a long haul, and
I wasn't looking for that.
I know you weren't, but I just did want to take the moment. It's certainly been a long time, and you continue to serve through a lot of turmoil. And these are complex topics, and just I can speak for our team to say we appreciate your leadership through all of this.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate your service. We will now go to agenda item 7, which is the Oregon Global Warming Commission Natural and Working Lands Goal Update with Danny Norlander and Kathy McDonald.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Okay. For the record, Chair Imeson, State Forest Majority members of the board, I am Danny Norlander. I'm the Forest
Carbon and Forest Health Policy Analyst with the Oregon Department of Forestry. And I'm here today to introduce Catherine McDonald of the Oregon Global Warming Commission, chair of the commission. And she's going to provide an update on the Global Warming Commission's goal setting as directed in Executive Order 2004. A quick summary and context setting is that Executive Order 2004 was signed almost a year ago next week. And it directed the agency to participate with the Global Warming Commission on setting goals for the natural working lands. So we've been participating with the commission through that process. There is a survey that was, a questionnaire that was circulated at the end of the year, and further work is going on with that. So I'd like to be cognizant of the time and turn it over to Kathy at this time.
Great. Thank you, Danny. And am I going to be working off of slides that you have up, or do you want me to call up my PowerPoint?
Jason, did you have them available?
Because I've got mine right here. This is easy.
If you can share your screen, that would work probably.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Oops. Let me get back to where.
You're asking questions way above my pay grade, so whatever works.
Okay. Oop. Can you all see my my slide deck? Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and board members, thank you for inviting me back to give you an update on where we are relative to this work. It's really important. Certainly, forests are a major contributor to our potential for reducing our overall emissions. And there's a lot of interest, as you might imagine, in how the commission will be advancing this work. So I thought today I'd give you an update on kind of what's been happening, what we've got planned coming up, and then I've identified about 7 kind of major questions that we will have to answer as a commission in order to make a proposal to the governor. So I thought it would be great if we could just have a little bit of dialogue about those questions and get some thoughts going back and forth between our 2 organizations on the topic. So as I presented last fall, we've kind of identified 6 deliverables and or steps that we need to advance to be able to develop this natural and working lands proposal, certainly engaging stakeholders and technical experts, identifying existing land sector inventory data and priority inventory improvements, working through the methods for tracking emissions and sequestration from the land sector, developing baseline and business as usual projection. That last part is if it's possible to get that done in time for our proposal. And then we want to include some ideas about potential investments, programs, and policies that could be advanced to reduce emissions and increase sequestration in natural and working lands. And all that will be wrapped up in a proposal to the governor by the end of June. Some of the activities to date, last fall, we reached out to state and tribal natural resource managers. We briefed the Board of Forestry as well as the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board and the Board of Agriculture. We created a web page to host information on our natural and working lands efforts, convened technical advisory groups on blue carbon, forest carbon, and agricultural carbon opportunities, and want to just thank the department for having both Danny and Andrew Yost helping us on the forest carbon technical advisory group. In addition to the department, we've reached out and included folks from the Forest Service, both the National Forests and the Research Station, and in the Institute for Natural Resources, and a few others to help us kind of think through what are the best practices and what do we need to do relative to forest carbon. We, as Danny mentioned, we hosted a questionnaire for that was targeted at landowners, technical assistance providers, landowner associations, and conservation organizations. This was just an attempt to get some structured input from these different groups on what they see as barriers to engage, to doing more to increase sequestration on natural and working lands, and try and hear what some of the ways that we could help landowners take on new practices. So we've got that questionnaire. We've gotten quite a ways in evaluating that and summarizing the information. There's a real wealth of information that we got. In addition, we posted a second broader questionnaire for ongoing input from stakeholders. And obviously, in addition to all of these things, the commissioner, people can provide comments directly to the commission. I meant to just quickly apologize if I disappear. I've been having computer problems, and my computer likes to turn itself off randomly. So I apologize if I lose you or you lose me. So those are the activities we've done to date. So the things that we've got planned are to host some focus groups to follow up on stakeholder input. In particular, I think this is important relative to the forest input that we got. I think the questions that we asked were a little too general to really understand what might be important to those different stakeholder groups. We're planning on doing kind of sector-based focus groups, and then a series of regional groups that will bring the technical, all of these different groups together to have a conversation collectively about things that might be put in place to help. We will be synthesizing information from the agencies and stakeholders to inform the section of the report that talks about investments and programs and policies. And then, as I mentioned, hopefully we'll be able to finish a baseline. We've got a first draft of a baseline, and we're anticipating that we'll be getting some projection information, at least for forests, that we might be able to include in the next couple of months to also go into the report. The timeline for the different discussions, we heard some of the preliminary results of the survey and discussed kind of the status of land sector inventory data at our January meeting. On Friday, we'll be discussing the questions that I'm going to walk through with you here today. And then next month, we're hoping to hear from experts on the potential of the land sector in Oregon, and also to update and provide a kind of a final report on our original survey. In May, we'll discuss the draft recommendations, and then in early June, we will finalize the proposal and recommendations so that we can get that drafted into the governor. So that's kind of what's pending for us. Just a couple of things that are on my mind as we go into making all of these decisions. One of the things that we need to consider is that carbon flux from natural and working lands can be affected by both natural processes and anthropogenic decisions, land use changes, management changes. And so we have to be able to kind of think about those two aspects and how that might influence how we set a goal. The second thing is just that we need to recognize that there's a much higher degree of uncertainty in land sector emissions and sequestrations compared to other sectors. And so this is true for the national land sector inventory, but I imagine it will be true for a while, at least for any state level assessment. And then finally, kind of looking at and thinking about the land sector, the national land sector information or inventory varies a lot more than it does for other sectors. And that's just another area that we need to be mindful of as we kind of think about how to set and manage a goal. So some of the important decisions, first and foremost, we need to think about what's the purpose of setting a land sector goal. You know, is it simply to track emissions, or do we really want the goal to help us evaluate the effectiveness of investments, programs, and policy decisions? So, so that's going to affect what we identify for our inventory needs. Second, you know, what type of goal should we recommend? Should we recommend a emissions reduction goal and sequestration goal, or an activity goal, or both? I think there are some important reasons we might want to consider both. And then, you know, how detailed do we want the land sector goal to be? Should we include all lands and all activities, or kind of the most important subset of lands and activities? Do we set a single goal for the land sector, or do we set a goal for each major type of natural and working lands? So kind of those are the first three big questions. Then how shall we treat the emissions from anthropogenic activities versus emissions from natural causes like wildfire, pests, and pathogens? The IPCC has two methods for thinking through and managing through the approach to anthropogenic versus natural emissions and sequestration. It's pretty both ways. You can report separately through either of those methodologies, but there's some things that we need to kind of think through on what makes the most sense for us to do. And then the next question, what's the relationship between the land sector goal and the state's existing emission reduction goals? So should the land sector goal be additive to the goal for the other sectors, or be part of meeting the state's goal? And then finally, how frequently should we update the goal in the inventory, and what criteria should we use to inform any such change? What consequences, and finally, what consequences do we want to recommend if we are not meeting the goal? How do we hold ourselves accountable for achieving our land sector goal? So those are the key questions that are on my mind. I'd love to open it up and just hear any thoughts about some of those questions, or answer any questions that you might have for me on how we're proceeding.
Okay, questions or comments or answers from those questions from board members? Jim.
I'm just wondering, you spoke about the high level of uncertainty around the land sector. Do you believe that with the level of research and work that is being done in these areas is going to significantly decrease that amount of uncertainty that you're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. There's some ongoing work at the federal level to try and reduce some of that uncertainty. And I think a strong interest in making more investments to do such. So I think we will be seeing the national level information much improved. And then I think there are things that we can do here in Oregon that would improve our level of certainty as well through improvements to the inventory.
You know, just reflecting on a couple of the questions, I don't know how you do the land sector as a whole, because it's so different. I mean, it seems like, and I think that's one of your questions, is do you have to dig more deeply into that? And my answer is yes, you would need to do that. I also, you know, the forest sector, I mean, Oregon is one of the great things about our state, and a decision that was made a long time ago was land use planning. But we sometimes tend to, I mean, we're grateful that we have it. And I think it's a reason that we have lost less forest land than many other states have, because, and probably farmland too, because of the land use plan. That said, the inability, especially in on private lands, to maintain forest land is still threatened by the economics of managing private lands. And as good as our system is, I think over time that's not sufficient. We can't just rely on that alone. So we have to look at other things, incentives and other kinds of things that other states actually look at more than we tend to. So I would just kind of toss that out there as an issue. I think if Nils were still part of this group, he would be far more eloquent about that particular issue than I am. But I think it's an important issue.
Absolutely. We are incredibly lucky to have the land use system that we have. And the department years ago wrote a paper on the greenhouse gas emissions that we've avoided because of our land use laws. And I also completely agree that we need to go beyond that to make sure we're driving the best decisions for how we continue to maintain as much on the landscape. Good community planning and transportation planning is an important complement to the land use laws. And then I think to your point on private lands, thinking about what incentives we can provide to shift management is going to be an important part of what we recommend or what we put in the proposal to the governor.
Catherine, this is Joe. I have a question. So related to the sector goals, how do we consider in these the relationship of, when we convert forest products, we use a forest product that sequesters carbon and building materials, and of course CO2 doesn't stay in Oregon, and it affects, we're a huge producer of forest products for the country and the world, and sequester carbon in that manner. How does that fit together how do you vision that fitting with the forest sector goals? Because if Oregon isn't producing those forest products are coming from either forest products coming from somewhere else in the world, or they're being replaced by things like concrete and steel.
Wood products are considered in developing the land use change and forestry inventory information. And so I think it's helpful that we have the recent work that the department has been overseeing to look at that more specifically. I mentioned that we had developed a draft baseline, a first cut at a baseline. And one of the areas that we identified that we could improve things would be to include some of the information that the department is just generating around wood products into the state inventory tool. So that's an area of improvement. In terms of thinking about what we might be exporting and how that plays in, I am not positive about how the tool would reflect that. So that's something I would need to get back to you on, or I don't know, Danny, if you kind of recall that piece and can answer the question about how we would think about exports.
I'd have to go and look specifically at the SIT tool and how it deals with it. So we can get back to you on that, Joe.
Okay. I mean, it's just obviously it's important to me, but I mean, we produce a lot of forest products that go around the world, and how that's accounted for and how that's thought about, I guess.
Yeah, we've had discussions about including it for sure, because it is an important part.
Yeah, my recollection is that what gets counted is anything that's imported, anything that's milled in Oregon would get counted. So I think it would address that, but we'll follow up with you and make sure we're getting that right information.
Okay, thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, just a comment. I think that, given, since we're talking about global warming, given the importance of forests relative to, in that area relative to other natural and working lands, I would generally encourage you to be looking at them mostly separately. I say mostly because we've got issues of afforestation that, you know, would that we want to be looking at those opportunities as well, which in what are now either lands that are really not being used and or currently in agriculture.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. We have these 3 separate working groups focused on blue carbon, and we've identified some overlap between that and forests. And so we've connected the blue carbon folks with the FIA folks to try and see how much information the FIA program might have on some of the forested tidal wetlands. So we are trying to do that overlap. The biggest gap we have right now is really trying to think through the agricultural pathways. But I just found out that we will be getting a little bit of money to use that we can use to kind of help pull some of that inventory information together. So I'm excited about that, and really appreciate the work that the department has done to help us better understand and have kind of an up-to-date view of what the current stocks and fluxes are in our forests. So that's going to be very helpful.
And Brenda, did you have your hand up? I thought you did, but
I did, and then you may have already covered this, Catherine. I'm sorry if I missed it. But certainly in forestry, it's not as big an issue as it is in ag and some other land uses. But all aspects of forest management and the production of wood products entails release of greenhouse gases. And I know that that's often considered in a different sector, but it does seem to me that there needs to be some way of accounting for the net carbon stored and sequestered, less the greenhouse gases that are emitted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and that is how the national inventory, you know, includes like the net from the land sector. Yeah. One of the things that I'm looking into is how are other states approaching this, and how do they treat biogenic emissions, and so kind of taking stock to see what we can learn from other states. There are, I think, 13 states that have done a inventory for natural and working lands, some of which just use the SIT tool and some use more specifics. And then how do they kind of divide things up and take a look at different influences? Because for example, the ag sector has some emissions that they count in sector emissions, and then some that they count in land sector emissions, and yet I don't think that's not the case for the forest sector at the national level. So kind of some different practices that I think we need to look into.
Yeah, thank you. That's my impression as well. Thank you for that.
any other comments or suggestions or questions? Okay, thank you, Kathy and Danny. Appreciate it.
Great. I just will let you know that we do have that webpage on the natural and working lands. We'll be keeping, we'll be pulling off some of the comments that we're getting and putting those on our meeting sites or meeting agendas. So please do stay tuned to that. And if you have any questions or comments or want to discuss anything, I'm happy to follow up on that with individual board members or with the board overall as we continue to work on this and wrap it up this spring. Because as I mentioned, there's definitely a lot of interest in forests and the role that forests can play in helping us better mitigate climate change. So please stay involved, get in touch, and
I think Peter, before you depart, I think Peter would say.
Great. And is that just a link on your Global Warming Commission website, the Working Lands webpage?
yes.
Great. And I'll work with Hillary and we'll get that sent to the board so they have it somewhere clickable rather than taking notes and trying to remember it. So thanks for that. That would be great.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Thanks.
I'll send you the link both to our meeting agendas, and that's where we will be posting some of the public comments, and as well as the National and Working Lands page.
Yeah, that would be great. Then we can just forward that to board members and they'll have it handy for when they decide to go find it.
And the questionnaire that's up now on the Natural and Working Lands page, we're going to keep that up through most of April, and really are interested in getting thoughts from Oregonians about how we should be approaching this. So please do pass that along to folks that you think might want to be involved in this.
Okay.
Thanks again. I really appreciate the time and attention for the board, and look forward to collaborating more with the department on this work.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Okay. Last item, any board closing comments and meeting wrap up? Well, we'll see.
I'll make a few comments.
Okay.
Yeah. One, this is for you, Tom. One line my father used to use a lot was, how can we miss you if you won't go away? And we've thought previously a few times that this might be your last meeting, but I'm actually thinking it might be real this time.
I think it might.
And so I wanted to thank you for what you've done and the example that you've been to us, and how respectful you've been of everyone that I've seen you interact with in this process. And so also, really want to point out that you have a lifetime of public service that should also be a long lifetime of public service, and have been involved in a lot of things very important to Oregon, not just with your long service here on the Board of Forestry. And so just want to thank you personally and on behalf of, I hope, for all Oregonians.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jim.
Yeah, I just want to second that. Tom, thanks so much for continuing on as board chair and for all your service to the board, to the ODF, and to Oregon as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, and Tom, I would just echo Brenda and Jim's comments. I mean, it's been a joy working with you. I've really admired how you've facilitated this board and led this board, and I've taken away a lot of great information from you, and thank you for your public service. And I wish I was there in person. I have to let Jim shake your hand for me, but
we can't do that anymore.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, elbow bump him there, Jim.
Well, I do have on my wall in my office.
Yeah, that's right.
Something I try to remember, which is an old beat up sign that says, "Keep calm and carry on," because my family would tell you I don't always keep calm, and I carry on, not in the positive way that sign, so but yeah, I mean, it actually, when you were making your comments, Jim, I started work in the US Senate over 50 years ago, so it's been a long haul, but I really enjoyed, as I think I said before, this experience. It is, and to our lunch discussion today, the polarization, we just see it every time we come to one of our meetings, and I hope that there will be an upswing, that gets better, because it's rough when the groups are as polarized as they are. And, I think our job has been to try to weed through all of that and make good policy decisions. So So anyway, enough of that. Anything, the meeting today was not a typical meeting for us. Partly because of the work with DEQ and EQC, which I think is really important to continue. And we think, and I know folks have suggested at times, and not bad suggestions, that we think about other collaborations that way. It's also a lot of work, just the logistics of the meeting. You see how we're different and the way we do things, but it can be really fruitful. And in the case of EQC, we're basically find a way to collaborate with our regulator, and that's important to do with regulators. It's also important to do with other resource folks.
Yeah, and it turned out to be a ton of work in terms of just coordinating the board material for two topics, because the timeline was way off in terms of the ability of both myself and Richard Whitman to review, which we both have that expectation, is that we always review everything before it goes.
And by the way, it's one of the things that made us later than usual in posting our material, which caused some
consternation. Well, that, and on top of it, we had people during that period of time, we had people Hillary was out of power for how many days? And then Danny won. He was, yeah.
You're not far from me. I was out for 2 days. I thought that was a long time.
And how long was Danny out for? He won.
13.
13.
11 to 13 days.
But I really did appreciate your comments on it. Even in this kind of environment, it wasn't as much interaction as you want between the board and the commission. It's easier when you're all in the room. And then missing the tours.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you, I mean, I know this because I've heard it from Brenda, and I've heard it from Jim, and I've heard it from Joe. Everybody wants the tours. And so I'm sure that when COVID enables that will happen. And I agree, it's great to be out on the ground. So, and who knows, I do think the Senate will act this time.
Well, there wasn't the Senate the last time, it was the Rules Committee.
Well, I mean, the Senate, yeah, as a whole.
Yeah, that was good.
All right, well then, thank you all, and we're adjourned.
Thank you.